Good morning, Ms. Sello. Good morning, Mr. Podlani.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
I was still to greet you. How do I address you? Did you relinquish the rank of colonel, or are you just Mr. now?
I'm comfortable with anything the Chair.
Anything.
The Chair
Do
decides.
people still call you colonel?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, colonel.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, we continue today with the next witness in the IDEC stream. And we have on the stand Colonel Brian Padiachi. Perhaps first things, before you swear him in,
Yes, sorry about that.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, before you swear him in, I would like to address some preliminary issues. Over the weekend, in respect of IDEC testimony and evidence, there had been an application by the IDEC team regarding confidentiality of some of the dockets that have been disclosed to us and that we have presented to the commissioners.
I clean forgot about that application because my mind was focused on it yesterday morning,
Yes.
Which would have been dealt with before the evidence of Advocate Johnson.
That
Yes.
had been the plan, and then the plan was somewhat disrupted. But it's an appropriate time, I believe, to deal with it now. Following the service of that application, which was shared with the commissioners, there were extensive engagements between us as the evidence leaders and the IDEC legal team led by Advocate Botlana. And we think we have found a practical solution to the concerns expressed. The concerns basically relate to confidential material that may be in the dockets that have been disclosed upon request. And the biggest fear is that our engagement with the contents of the respective dockets does not either undermine ongoing investigations or unnecessarily expose intended witnesses to undue threat of harm. We have now whittled it down to there are 4 dockets in total. We have agreed that there are 3 dockets that are not affected by this concern. There's only 1 docket. So where we have landed is to advise the Commission that they no longer persist with the application as couched. We instead approach the Commission to grant us the latitude to exercise restraint when we deal with a particular docket. I beg leave not to deal with to identify the docket now, but as we go through the dockets, I will bring it to the Commissioner's attention. That exercise of restraint would involve, inter alia, not identifying the witnesses that would have provided statements. We will deal with that docket specifically in relation to perhaps either an averment made in a statement that Mr. Padiachi or Colonel Padiachi has to deal with without identifying who has provided the statement. As regards the rest of the dockets, we don't have that restriction. And the main reason for that is the dockets have been shared with the respective accused in the matters under consideration. And I think we agree that the risk or the risks that have been put forward are not attendant upon the witnesses involved in the respective matters. Until, therefore, I indicate that we have reached the point of the sensitive docket, the commissioners, I said, need not feel restrained to deal with the contents of whatever docket will be before us. And that is how we have decided to resolve the IDEC concerns regarding confidentiality, Chair. Mr. Bodlana perhaps might want to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. And what, according to you, then, should the fate of the application be? Should I just be silent on it?
Chair, the application is before you. I think the commissioners, perhaps having conferred, may determine if they agree with the suggested approach.
I'm asking because it will not be easy or practical for me to craft something that says exercise restraint and so on and so on. If you see what-
Then
Yeah.
if the commissioners, having heard Mr. Bodlana, are in agreement with the suggested approach
Yes.
as regards the fate of that
Yes,
application before you, I think we can prepare a joint ruling for your
All right.
consideration.
All right, all
Thank you,
right.
Chair.
I welcome that. Mr. Bodlani?
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you. I don't want to regurgitate what my colleague, Ms. Sello, has placed before you. It is so that we had prepared and served an application which is now before you.
Yes.
We have found each other in respect of the further conduct of that application and how various documents that are to serve before you should be
Mr.
treated.
Bodlana, apologies, and I apologize, Chair. There are complaints. I don't think you are sufficiently audible. So perhaps
And-
if you draw the microphone closer to you. Thanks.
I'll start from the beginning.
Please just continue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It is correct that we found each other in respect of the further conduct of the application that we had prepared and filed. It is as stated by my colleague, Ms. Sillo, that the concern related to confidentiality, but upon engagement, we determined that, in fact, at the stage where we are, those concerns really are relevant in respect of one docket, which she has indicated that when we get to it, she'll indicate that this is where the Commission should exercise restraint. I do agree that it would not be possible for you to then, on your own, craft an order, especially regarding to the fact that you were not party to the negotiations I and Ms. Silo had. So that the proper way of dealing with it is that perhaps during one of the adjournments, we should put our heads together and put up a document that would then serve before you, and subject, of course, to the take that you have in relation thereto, it may then be made your order.
Thank you, Mr. Bodlani.
Thank you,
I
Chair.
think then we are at the stage where Colonel Padiachi should take the oath. Thank you.
He has confirmed that he'll be taking
Will you be swearing or affirming, Colonel?
I'll be swearing, Chair.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning again, Kenneth Patiachi.
Good morning, Council.
You should have before you a file, and separate, you would have a series of other bigger files. I would say for the moment, please don't worry about the bigger files. I want to draw your attention to the specific smaller file before you. And just to confirm as a start, you received Rule 3 notice from the Commission regarding certain allegations made, and in particular by General Mkwanazi, in his statement to the Commission and during his testimony, and you subsequently received a subpoena from the Commission in response to both of which you submitted statements. Do you confirm?
I confirm, Chair.
Now, in the small file that I referenced before you, it should have on its spine Brian Padiachi's statement and supplementary statement. So if we could turn there too. It should be divided into 3 tabs. Under the first tab is what's headed statement, according to the index statement of Brian Padiachi, starting at page 1. If we could turn to page 1 of first tab, page 1. That is an affidavit, in fact, dated the 16th of October 2025. It's a 9-page document. It bears your name, and at page 9, it bears a signature. Do you confirm that that is the statement you submitted in October 2025 to the Commission?
I confirm, Chair. This is my affidavit.
That's statement has attached to it a number of annexures that will run in range from Annexure 1 to Annexure 20.
29. I think.
To Annexure 29.
Yeah.
It will Annexure 1 to 29 from pages 1 to 107. Do you confirm that those are your annexures to that statement?
According to the bundle, it's 1 to 24. The annexures was 1
No,
to
it's
24.
BP 29, it's item 24.
No problem.
The index shows BP 29 to be item 24.
Item 24, understood.
Yeah. So do you confirm that those are your
I
annexures?
confirm.
Now, do you confirm the correctness of this statement?
I confirm.
And do you stand by its contents as you are ready to testify?
I stand by the contents.
The second document is a supplementary statement under tab 3. This is, it has in the trimlines supplementary statement is by Brian Padiachi. It runs from page 1 till 6. And that at page 6 appears to be dated the 8th of July 2026. Do you confirm?
Where is that on the bundle?
Under tab 3, the last document in that file.
I confirm.
And you confirm that the signature at page 6 is yours, and that this is the statement that you submitted to the commission, the supplementary.
I confirm, Chair, this is the statement and my signature.
And do you confirm the correctness of the contents of this affidavit, and do you still stand by this
I
affidavit?
confirm the correctness of it, Chair.
Thank you. If then we could turn our attention to the first statement, you remember it's under tab 1. Now, you deal extensively in this statement with your academic qualifications, with your experience, and just to place your statement in its proper perspective before you deal with the contents thereof. It was brought to your attention that, amongst other things, General Mkhwanazi made allegations that IDEC is operating outside its mandate, and secondly, that you, Colonel Padiachi, do not have the requisite either experience as a detective, and you are a senior investigator at IDEC, and that 3, those facts that he alleges are substantiated by how IDEC and yourself, as the investigator, have handled what I'll call the Khumalo matter, the investigation into General Khumalo that led to his arrest on the 26th of June 2025. You know the matter I'm referring to.
It's correct. Correct,
So
Commissioner.
it is in response to the specific allegations advanced against you that you deal so extensively with your CV, so to speak. So with that context, I will then invite you to deal with your statement, and starting with paragraph 1. You may choose to read the statement or parts of the statements as you choose, and to summarize others. In this first leg of your testimony, there will not be any engagement with you to the extent that such engagement would interrogate the allegations that you make. Any engagements that may arise are most likely to be from the commissioners, and still then, by way of seeking clarity. So we will adopt that approach until the end of your first statement, and then we will turn to your second statement and adopt the same approach. Once you have, at your leisure, gone through both statements, we then will go back to your first statement and then start the real engagement on the matter and the issues that you raise in both statements. Do you understand that?
I understand, Chair.
So then let's turn to tab 1, page 1. That's where your affidavit starts. You may deal with the contents of that paragraph, of the paragraphs from 1 literally to 28 at your leisure and how best works for you, whether you read what you have written or you summarize. I'll leave it up to you.
Thank you, Chair. I will read it for the purposes of the record, Chair. Thank you. My affidavit. I, the undersigned, Brian Padiachi, hereby make an oath and state the facts to which I depose herein are within my knowledge, true and correct. I'm an adult male employed at the National Prosecuting Authority as a senior investigator assigned to the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDAC. I'm a retired colonel of the South African SAPS. I've served the SAPS for 38.5 years. I attained the bulk of my service and experience in the SAPS and within the Divisional Crime Intelligence. I was headhunted and thereafter appointed as a senior investigator in October 2021 on contract by the former investigating director, Advocate Hermine Cronier, who was the head of the investigating directorate at that time. The IDAC was located in the NPA. During this period, I was designated in terms of Section 28 of the NPA Act and actively involved in what is known as state capture investigations. I attended several workshops on financial investigations, money laundering, tender fraud, FATF, cybercrime held by the NPA, IDAC, and Association of Accredited Fraud Examiners. The ID, as a result of the NPA Amendment Act, became the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, a permanent unit within the NPA. I was appointed to a position referred to above by the President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa on the 1st March 2022. The appointment was made in terms of Section 13(1)(b) of the National Prosecuting Authority Act. In February 2025, I was appointed permanently in the IDAC as a senior criminal investigator. I deposed to this affidavit in response to a notice issued in terms of Rule 3 of the Rules of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, arising from the allegations made public by Lieutenant General Mkonazi, the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, on the 6th of July 2025. The notice requires me to deal with the following issues on which Lieutenant General Mkonazi testified. First, I was appointed to a senior position within IDAC despite lacking the required skills, experience, and qualifications. I have used my role to influence and control investigative outcomes, court proceedings, in particular the criminal charges against Lieutenant General Khumalo and his co-accused as related to the employment of Brigadier Mokwele. I deal with the issues identified above later in this affidavit. Before I do so, there are various issues I need first to deal with if my answers to the issues identified above are to be sensible. Thus, I have structured this affidavit as follows. First, I deal with the allegation that I was appointed to a senior position within IDAC despite lacking the requisite skills, experience, and qualifications. Second, I use my role to influence and control investigative outcomes, court proceedings, in particular the criminal charges against Lieutenant General Khumalo and his co-accused. Third, I conclude. The appointment, skills, experience, and qualifications. I have already pointed out when I was appointed to IDAC and how long I had previously been involved with investigations at the time. In what follows below, I intend to expand on these aspects. Insofar as Lieutenant General Mkonazi suggested that I'm not qualified for my job, I've attached Annexure Mark BP1, a copy of my certificate for a detective course that I successfully attended in 1998. For the sake of completeness, I have also attached Annexure BP2, a copy of the allocations of points awarded to me during the detective course. It is worth mentioning that I was awarded the honor of being the top student in my class upon the conclusion of the detective course. I have extensive management experience and operational experience spanning over a period of 44 years. The statement says 43. At the time it was made, it's 43. It's now 44 years of my law enforcement career. During this period, I completed various investigative courses and attended various investigative workshops on investigations. I have completed 2 investigative courses hosted by the United States of America and France. These courses enhance my operational, investigative, and management skills. The courses and workshops I attended to also included fraud, money laundering, financial investigations, a project approach to specialized investigations, crime intelligence, undercover investigative techniques, counterterrorism, and financial investigations. I have attached 2 copies of these certificates marked Annexures BP3 to BP10. Commissioner, I have a diploma in police administration. It was awarded to me in 1992. I have attached a true copy of my certificate in this regard. It is marked BP11. It remains to indicate that it is graded NQF level 6. I also have a national certificate in police administration awarded in 1985 and a national higher certificate policing awarded in 1999. It is marked BP12 and BP13. Now I'm at this point, I also make available and attach the advert in response to which I was appointed. It is marked BP14. Thus, I put it up front that the allegations that I was appointed to a senior position within IDAC in the circumstances where I do not have the requisite skills, experience, and qualifications is void, empty, and bereft of a factual foundation. It is baseless. Before my appointment, I have been involved in many successful criminal investigations. It is appropriate for me to mention a few. At the time of my appointment, I investigated and/or had previously been involved the Inchanga massacre in the year 2000, so involved that I received a commendation from the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal. See annexure marked BP15. The Plesisla Project Task Team. During the violence in the Eatondale-Plesisla area in KwaZulu-Natal, there were many people that lost their lives as a result of the violence and gang violence within the area. I investigated and followed leads which led to successful arrest of suspects for a double murder. It must be mentioned that this was a closed, cold docket that was initially a MI2P docket, malicious injury to property docket, which I looked at, perused at, and later established through further investigation that it was actually a murder docket and not an MI2P. The circumstances of that docket was the deceased, the suspects went to the deceased house and first burnt his clothes. And at the later stage, he was attacked and butchered together with his friend. This operation, the suspects were arrested during a coordinated operation which I was involved in. Several other arrests and seizure of firearms resulted in the Plesisla precinct. As a result, I was awarded a certificate of recognition by the Mayor of Pietermaritzburg. A copy is attached, marked BP16. The Richmond Task Team, named Ops Pack 2, we are well aware of the violence during the Richmond time when I think it was well known throughout the country on the number of massacres that took place in Richmond. In Dabazita massacre, the Dlamini massacre. I was deployed to the Richmond Ops Pack 2 during the violence and mass murders in Richmond, KwaZulu-Natal. The arrest of the wanted suspect in Western Cape. The murder suspect, a member of the notorious Cash Money Brothers, CMB, was involved in several shootings and had evaded arrest. This suspect had a habit of shooting people in the face. In this instance, I investigated, traced, and arrested the suspect in the Western Cape. The arrest received mass media attention and commendations was received from the National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioner Detectives for the successful arrest of the suspect. In this regard, I point you to Annexure BP 17. The attempted abduction, kidnapping of a businessman's daughter. I refer in this regard to Annexure BP 18. Not only have I investigated a number of cases I would characterize as high profile, I have also testified in various criminal court proceedings in both the High Court and the Magistrates' Court. I cannot dwell into the merits of the cases which I have been appointed to investigate and which have been mentioned before this Commission as they are sub judice. I do not intend to compromise court proceedings concerned with those various investigations. To elaborate on that, I have yet to testify in the criminal proceedings before the presiding officer. The charges preferred against the respective accused in the cases that I am the lead investigator will therefore be ventilated appropriately by the courts seized with hearing these matters. I was surprised when General Mkonazi mentioned my name in his press briefing, and again during his testimony during the Commission. This is because I had prior telephonic contact with him long before his press briefing. In actual fact, Commissioner, just to pause there, when General Mkonazi stood on that podium at the press briefing and he spoke about corruption, I was applauding him. He is one of, in the 44 years that I've been in the service and in law enforcement, he is one of the best that addresses corruption and crime directly. So I applauded him. Not only had I had contact with him prior to his press briefing, just to recap, sir, I had prior telephonic contact with him long before his press briefings. Not only had I had contact with him prior to his press meetings, I had the occasion to interview him. He also provided me with an affidavit in support of one of the IDAC investigations related to crime intelligence investigations. I cannot disclose the details of General Mkonazi's affidavit, nor provide same to the Commission, as the matter is still under investigation. To substantiate my contact and communication held with Lieutenant General Mkonazi, I attach here 2 screenshots of the messages and phone calls held with General Mkonazi prior to and after he provided me with the affidavit. They are marked BP 19 and BP 25.
Colonel, I've gone through all 7 texts. They appear to be neutral in content. You say you are traveling to Durban and that you would like to meet, and a few of the chats then mention where you are and you inquire where his office is. It's that kind of conversation, and he of course is responding.
Yes.
Also in that neutral manner.
Yes.
What I'm interested in is what you are seeking to establish by providing us with these texts.
Thank you, Chair. The WhatsApp messages
Yes.
and the interactions shows the type of communication we had. The reason being is that we had communication, we have an understanding, we have a working relationship, we know each other. The communications don't come across as, like how it is now, if I can say. These were approachable conversations. During these conversations, he told me where he was. I met him. He was outside the Provincial Commissioner's office. He had his short pants next to his white bakkie, hands in the pocket. I had my hands in my pocket too, although he was a general, and we were chatting. We thereafter proceeded to his office where we had a conversations with regards to what I'd required of him. From there, at the later stage, we met again, this time at his house, where we had the same conversation. And I had his affidavit. I ran him through the affidavit of the first conversation when we first met, what it's all about. The affidavit was prepared. We discussed the affidavit. The affidavit concerns a Major General who's one of the suspects in my cases, and what was outlined in his affidavit. He looked at the affidavit, he confirmed the affidavit, he signed the affidavit. What's more, when you look at the WhatsApp messages, you can see the greetings. You can see the friendliness in the greetings. A blessed Easter. Hi, Brian, first name. Blessed Easter to you and your family. It's not ordinarily how a senior ranking officer will address a subordinate. It will be official, whatever. But you can see the way we are interacting and relating to each other. During the time at his house in Madlanga, in his home. We had a cordial chat about corruption and everything that's going. And I was always in praise of him because we had met on numerous occasions before. And in that particular meeting, Commissioner, he was aware because I told him General Khumalo is going to be arrested. He was aware also that other generals were going to be arrested too as well. And his response to me was, they must face their own situations. He was comfortable. There was nothing abnormal. He was not angry. And we sat in the lounge for quite some time. And then after he wished me well, everything, and I took my leave. So not very long after that, or a while later, the operation on the first matter commenced, which resulted in the arrest of 4 senior officers from crime intelligence. Everything was fine. There was no issues.
Are you perhaps suggesting that if there was anything the matter, you would have expected him to react differently to you when you made contact through these chats?
Exactly, Chair. From the time of our first meeting, where we chatted in his office, the time that we spent in his lounge, I'm invited to his home, not to his office the second time, to his home. So the scenario itself tells you the trust in your home, where your family is. So what I'm saying, the Commissioner, he was aware, he had no problems with what we were doing. And when the arrest, the second arrest, or the second takedown operation on the second matter, we have several case dockets and several matters that we were busy at that stage that we're going to follow in a sequence. So the first matter commenced, there was going to be a break, a second matter would have commenced, a break, then a third matter would have commenced. When the second matter commenced, I was not involved in the arrest of the accused, but I was at the police station. I need to mention, Commissioner.
The first matter, is that the one where you say 4 generals were arrested or 4 senior subs members were arrested? Is that the first matter? The
first matter is 1 general
oh, yes.
and 2 senior officers and a warrant, well, he was a warrant officer at that time.
Yes. And then the general, was that General Khumalo?
The first one?
Yes.
No, that was the CFO, General Lushaba.
All right. And then the second matter, which one was that?
The second matter was General Khumalo, General Lekalakala, General Lushaba, General Gabela, General Matondo, Brigadier Mukwela, and Brigadier Ngube. That was the second matter.
All right, thank you. Thank you. If you want to continue, you may, but you've answered me because I just wanted to understand what you are seeking to convey when you refer us to these chats.
No problem.
Thank you.
And because you've touched on it, Commissioner,
yes,
what I wanted to say is that...
And I'm not stopping you. If you want to continue, you may.
No problem, Commissioner.
Yes.
It's because I'm on that point that I know we're going to come back to those annexures.
Yes.
Want to just put it in context that General Mkonazi was fine with the first case of General Shaba. He was fine with the second case of General Khumalo on the 27th. On the 28th, I was at Howick participating in a combat rifle competition, so my cell phone was on silent, it was off. During the latter part of the afternoon, this is directly after the arrest of General Khumalo, there were 2 calls that came, 2 missed calls, with a couple of minutes in between, missed calls. So when I got hold of my phone, I saw missed calls, and I sent him a message to say that, General, apologies, I missed your call. I will contact you back.
So the missed calls were from General
The missed calls were from General Mkonazi.
All right.
So what happened is that I sent the message, but it only showed 1 tick, that he didn't read it. So I carried on with what I was doing, and obviously it's a long day and whatever, I didn't follow through with that. And the message wasn't read the Sunday and the Monday, and obviously with all the messages now, everything just pushes down and all your later messages come out. So I didn't bother about it until the 6th of July, when I saw the press briefing and General Mkonazi giving the press briefing, and I was excited. So,
Yeah,
there.
I think yes, you are going to get there at a later stage.
I'm going to
maybe,
continue.
maybe we should stop there and then you continue with, is it paragraph 24? I think.
It would be paragraph 24, but before you get there, just a issue for clarity so that we dispose of it. At your paragraph 22, you reference the affidavit you obtained from General Mkonazi. You indicate that this is in relation to an ongoing investigation into, or it's an ongoing crime intelligence investigation, and you beg leave not to disclose the contents of this affidavit. My question is this affidavit part of any dockets that IDEC has disclosed to us now, or it is in respect of a different investigation?
Thank you, Council. Commissioner, this affidavit was made, I took General Mkonazi's affidavit, I think it probably was in April 2025, which is about 2 months to 3 months before that. That affidavit is in the docket and has been, I don't think it's been disclosed as yet. It is not disclosed as yet. But I'm pretty much sure you have a docket. Yes, it is in the docket that's disclosed to you, the third docket. Thank you. Apologies.
Okay, now just to perhaps for some guidance, is it in the quote-unquote confidential docket or one of the other three?
It's in the confidential docket.
Okay.
That's the
I
two
just wanted
Brooklyn,
to
the
make
two
the note.
Brooklyn matters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm clarified. You may then continue from paragraph 24.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thus, I am surprised that General Mkonazi did not inform the Commission at all about his interaction with me. The affidavit he submitted to me, nor him trying to reach me telephonically a few days before the press briefing. I was subpoenaed to testify at the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state better known as the Zondo Commission or State Capture Commission, regarding serious corruption and the capture of various state institutions. I refer the Commission to my annexes BP 26 and BP 28. In this regard, I even had an affidavit compiled and submitted to the Zondo Commission, marked BP 29. I draw the Commission's attention to the requirements for the position I occupy. Not only have I had the formal qualifications that were required for it at the relevant NQF levels, I have the requisite experience attained over many decades. This brings me to the conclusion on the questions I was required to answer. I am more than qualified for the work that I am doing as a senior investigator at IDEC. My formal qualifications, 44 years of experience, knowledge, skills, and recognitions and commendations acquired through the years of my service as a law enforcement officer is testament of my credentials, which I do not need to defend. I have taken the trouble to read the transcript of the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkonazi. There is no foundation for his conclusion that I use and/or have used my position to influence and control investigative outcomes and court proceedings. In particular, the criminal charges against Lieutenant General Kumalo, his co-accused, as related to the employment of Brigadier Makwele. Should I be required to answer questions flowing from this affidavit and any matters in respect which it has been determined that I will be assistance to the Commission, subject to timeliest notice and the right to legal representation, I would be willing to make myself available for such. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel, and you have indeed made yourself available. Is there anything else you would like to add to this statement before we move to the next one?
I think before we even go there, so that we can get an understanding of the position I am in, the emotion involved in the matters. What we have to understand, Chair, that it's been for more than 3 decades that crime intelligence has been the front in the media space on corruption. There is not a single divisional commissioner that has held his post and stayed there Most of them were charged for corruption, or allegations of corruption, and removed, and there was always acting. Crime intelligence is a very closed environment, a dangerous environment too as well. There were inquiries and maybe criminal cases open, but some of them came nowhere. This matter that came to IDAC via a referral led to something unprecedented, that it led to the arrest of the executive of crime intelligence. To go to the people, the senior manager of crime intelligence, I start with General Khumalo. General Khumalo, I considered him as a friend. That's why I wanted to make this known to the Commission before we go on. I've known General Khumalo since 2006, when he was just promoted to a captain. He often used to come out of the provincial office building, stand there, and we used to chat. He used to greet me, "Hi Brian, how are you?" Interact. But it was a short while, and then he moved on. I think he was promoted and came up to Pretoria. I know him well. So for several years, we never had contact. In 2022, 2023, he was appointed as the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, and I was excited for him. Bearing in mind, I was not involved in the investigation, or the investigations had not started. In 2023, they reached out to me for assistance to assist General Khumalo, as he's been served with an interdict. General Khumalo, when he came to crime intelligence, started to clean up the rogue agents that were collecting salaries but not doing anything. So when he started to clean up, they brought interdicts and applications against him. So I was called and I was requested to assist with particular rogue agents because of my knowledge and experience. So we had a Teams meeting. In the Teams meeting, he was present, the head of legal services, state attorney, Brigadier Matros, I think she was there, and other people there. We went through this as to what the interdict was about and that the applications. So I said I will assist. I requested the applications, the documents, in order to prepare a responding affidavit. I prepared the requisite documents and submitted them, and as a result, that interdict was dismissed, together with the main case where two agents that were in the program since 2004, that were resurfaced in 2012, but never reported on duty. He stopped their salaries. So the main matter there, these two policemen wanted to be released on a early retirement and be appointed as full colonels, and then they were also on the teams meeting and in documents known as Mr. X and Mr. Y. So my input at that meeting was, why are you calling them Mr. X and Mr. Y? They are resurfaced, they are policemen, they are on the system as so-and-so and so-and-so. They are on the Purcell system, they have Palmed cards, they are known as policemen. So after that meeting, just as it was about to close, the team's meeting, General Mkonazi said, General Khumalo greets me and said, "How's it, Brian?" And I said, "Hi, General. And how are you?" "Fine." And then he gave me his number. And I took his number and I said, we will meet. But after that, because when I messaged him or spoke to him, he's in a meeting, I'm not in the province, so it eventually just went out. When it came to the time when the investigation started, and all these statements and allegations started, I was very surprised. We come to General Madondo. I was General Madondo's mentor. I known General Madondo from the 2000s. I watched her grow in the police as a commander and going through the ranks. So it was another thing that impacted on myself. This is somebody I mentored. General Lakalakala, we have a long working relationship since the 2000s. We interacted on PECs and NECs. I know him personally. And it was indeed difficult. So when these investigations started, you can imagine the night of the arrest as it was. So I went to General Khumalo, I greeted him, And I just said to him, I'm part of a team. I went to General Matondo, I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, are you okay? Just be strong. And I greeted General Kalakala. During the court appearances at the magistrates' court, I went to them to greet them. Obviously, a few remands later, the protectors blocked me and then I decided, let me pull back. So, Commissioner, you can see, and why I'm mentioning that there was no malice on my part. These are colleagues, and in some cases, close people that I know. So I thought that would be worth mentioning before we go on to whatever else has to come next. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Colonel. And also, before we leave this statement, just to clarify, if you could go back to your paragraph 19 and 20. In those two paragraphs, you indicate that you did not intend to deal with the merits of the cases you've been appointed to investigate because these are sub judice, right? And that the detail of those cases will be ventilated in the court hearings. Now, in these two paragraphs, you argue for non-disclosure on the basis of a certain legal principle that, the matters are in court. Now, you will recall that the application brought by IDEC that we discussed this morning with the commissioners invoked the same principle. And if you understood IDEC's position based on the agreement between the evidence leaders and IDEC's legal representatives, is they no longer pursue a non-disclosure on the basis of the sub judice principle. You understand that?
Yes.
Now, I asked to check whether you still insist on invoking the sub judice principle as you do here in paragraphs 19 and 20, or whether the correct position is that because this was deposed to in October 25 already, you no longer insist on the application of the principle and you abandon what you state in 19 and 20. Just to check, I want to know where you stand insofar, you personally, you stand insofar as these dockets are concerned and the sub judice principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. The way I stand, Chair, Commissioners, I will still be cautious, but I'll be guided by the Chair on my responses to the questions. I'm not claiming sub judice. What I'm actually saying in layman's terms, I have to be cautious.
Oh.
My criminal case before court has to be presented, and I do not want to compromise anything, witnesses, or whatever deeper stuff that I have to present before court. That's all. But I'll be guided by the Chair with whatever limits that he wants me to go through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I understand your position, and it's clarified. With that, then, let's turn to your tab 3 of that file. That is your supplementary statement. And this supplementary statement,
Sorry, Ms. Silo. Going through my copy of the supplementary statement, I noticed that what should be page 3 was marked 5 and was actually just before 6, before page 6. I then swapped them around. Is yours correct? In fact, all 3 of ours.
It's correct,
Yes.
Chair.
Were wrongly
It's
marked.
actually was my fault.
Oh.
When I scanned and emailed the documents, the page 5
Yes.
is actually supposed to come.
5 should be
page
3.
Yes.
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 Yes, it has to come
And
to
then,
before
3,
And
what's marked 3 is 4, and 4 is 5, and then 6 is fine.
I had swapped them around for myself. I
Yes.
apologize, Chair, that I forgot to highlight that, but that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Colonel, will you make the swaps then before we deal with the content of that? Let's put them in their correct order.
I have done so.
Okay.
I have done so, Counsel.
Thank you, Chair.
My apologies for that, Chair.
No problem at all.
Then if you could turn to page 1 and then deal with the supplement. No, before we do so, what I'd wanted to indicate is starting from your paragraph 9. And your paragraph 9 will now be page 4. Instead of 3 as reflected on the file, correct?
Yeah.
You specify that from paragraph 8, I respond to paragraph 2 of the summons as follows. Then you adopt a way of responding by referring to a particular paragraph. You say add paragraph 2.1, and you just state the answer. I think for purposes of your engaging with this document, you need not reference the add paragraph 2.1 and the right, because it's not immediately available before you, but we know what's talking about. But I believe the response that you provide is sufficient that you deal with the response without linking it back to a specific paragraph in the summons.
Is it not best perhaps for you to read the paragraph that the kernel is, but when you get there, for example, if you look at 10, which is add 2.2.
Yes.
So I deny these allegations. Listeners will be in the dark as to what the kernel is denying.
Okay, then perhaps
if you have them, if they are readily,
I can call it up.
If they are readily at hand. Yeah.
The totality of the story, I understand. But if he adopts the approach where he reads the document into record, then we will have to look at it differently. I accept that perhaps when we get to that part, I would have to indicate what the allegation in paragraph 2.1 was. Then he can deal with the response.
And then he reads. Yeah.
I'm happy to do so. You understand, Colonel, how we propose to deal with your amendments from paragraph 8?
Yes.
Okay.
It's response to the summons.
So in the interim, please start. I will call up the summons that you had received, and I will deal with each paragraph that you respond to before you go on record to put your response.
You have not done your usual preliminaries of having the kernel confirm that this is his statement, or have you?
I have.
You have?
Both statements, Chair.
Oh, we did that in respect of both right at the beginning.
At the beginning, yes, Chair. No, we
sorry.
did. And it was precisely to avoid this risk.
All right.
You,
Sorry.
Colonel, then you may start with your supplementary affidavit from page 1.
Up until paragraph 9, where you will come in.
Yes, it's a free read or comment until you get to paragraph 8, and that's when then I interject and introduce each paragraph in the summons that you specifically refer to per paragraph in your statement.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Counsel. It's a supplementary affidavit of myself, Brian Padiachi, hereby testify an oath as follows. I'm an adult male employed as a senior investigator assigned to the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption within the National Prosecuting Authority. I have personal knowledge of the facts to which I dispose in this affidavit. I dispose to this affidavit in response to a subpoena issued to me in terms of Rule 3.2 of the Commissions Act 8 of 1947 to appear before the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system arising from the allegations made public by Lieutenant General Mkonazi, Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, on 6 July. The summons requires me to appear before the Commission on Monday, the 13th July 2026, for the purposes of giving evidence and be questioned about the following. Matters arising from the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkonazi during his evidence before the Commission on the 17th, 18th, and 19th of September, where the criminal syndicates, organized criminal groups, politically connected persons, or other unlawful actors have infiltrated, captured, exerted undue influence over or otherwise compromised the South African Police, the NPA, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, Crime Intelligence, Independent Police Investigative Directorate, or any other component of the criminal justice system. The nature and extent and consequences of such infiltration, capture, corruption, or undue influence, the identity of the individuals, officials, office bearers, intermediaries, entities, and organizations whom I contend were involved in, facilitated, benefited from, concealed, or enabled such conduct, and the factual and evidentiary basis for any allegations I make in relation to the capture, corruption, and criminalization of the components of the criminal justice system. I have also been invited to give evidence on the following matters being investigated. Allegations that IDAC operates outside its mandate in terms of prescribed legal constructs, namely Section 1A of the NPA Act as amended. That IDAC allegedly pursued a criminal case against Lieutenant General Dumsani Kumalo and other officers of crime intelligence in the furtherance of ongoing political interference at SAPS. Allegations concerning my role in the interference in criminal investigations and prosecutions. The effect of such conduct on the functioning, integrity, and independence of the criminal justice system. Allegations concerning the existence of a Khan-IDAC cabal in the SAPS and my role pursuant thereto as made by Mr. Tulangwi Shongwe during his evidence at the Commission on 30th June 2026, and my relationship with Major General Khan and the allegations I disclosed to General Khan a SAPS docket relating to an ongoing criminal investigation against him. Any matter falling within the terms of reference of the Commission, I have in my previous affidavit submitted to the Commission already preferred a response in relation to paragraph 1.1 to 1.5 of the summons, and nothing further to add in respect thereof. I'm now at 8.
And you say at 8 that you, from this point, you respond to paragraph 2 of the summons, the same summons of the 3rd of July.
That is correct.
So I will read into the record the allegation or the issue raised with you in the summons, and then you will deal with the response as you have reflected in the statement. Now, at 2.1, the summons required you to deal with the allegations that IDAC operates outside its mandate, which is prescribed by Section 7, Sub 1, Sub A of the NPA Act. That was the allegation you were invited to respond to. So you do that at paragraph 9. And if you can deal with that.
Ms. Lo, exactly what I was about to talk about. The statement. I wanted to know if there's any particular reason why you are not flighting this today.
No, but what we are flighting are his responses.
Yes, that's what I'm
Okay,
referring
thank you,
to.
Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Colonel, we are now at your paragraph 9 in response to paragraph 2.1 of the subpoena that I've just read into the record. So you may read your response there too.
IDAC, Chair, Commissioners, IDAC operates strictly within its mandate. That mandate is set out in Section 7.1a of the NPA Act as amended. To further on 7.1a, the Act provides for, if I could just read it out, the mandate of IDAC. It relates to serious, high-profile, complex corruption, commercial and financial crime cases arising out of commissions referred to IDAC by the National Director of Public Prosecution in terms of Section 28. And then you have Section 27 referrals. And these relate to offenses, including common law offenses of fraud, forgery, uttering theft. And also it includes statutory offenses in terms of Prevention of Corrupt Activities Act, PRECA, Prevention of Organized Crime Act, the Public Financial Management Act, Financial Intelligence Center Act. It's our mandate, IDAC, is taken from this particular section with the subsections of the offenses that they are authorized to investigate, both common law and statutory law.
Thank you. And looking at Section 7, Sub 1, capital A, I confirm that you have in large part summarized what the section provides.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then if we could turn to the second question under paragraph 2.2, I'll read the question. The issue into record as reflected in the subpoena, you were requested to deal with the issue as stated. I quote, IDEC has allegedly pursued a criminal case against Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence in the furtherance of ongoing political interference at SAPS, close quote. So that's what's in the subpoena. You provide a response to that at your paragraph 10, page 4. So if you could read that paragraph into the record and speak to the issue raised in paragraph 2.2 of the subpoena.
Oh, just a minute, Colonel. Please respond, Colonel.
Thank you, Chair. I deny these allegations. They are baseless and devoid of merit. The IDEC has sufficient evidence to sustain the charges on the criminal cases against Lieutenant General Kumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence. This criminal case is currently pending before the Magistrates Court, Pretoria. I deny as baseless any allegations of political interference or hidden agendas in respect of the investigations that are conducted by IDEC against these senior officers within Crime Intelligence and SAPS.
Is there anything you would like to add to that answer?
There is no political interference, and this I say so from my personal investigations into the matter. I've never been received any calls or placed under any undue pressure, and these investigations cannot be influenced by investigators because they are prosecution-driven. There are processes in place which are managed by the prosecution team. They decide who to charge. They decide what charges.
You say who decides who to charge and what the charges will be. Who does that? I think I missed that. If you don't mind.
Maybe I must just elaborate on that.
Yes.
When a complaint comes in via a Section 27 referral, that referral is taken by the intake committee, which decides whether this falls within the mandate of IDEC, whether all the legal prescripts, everything is there. That referral is then a Section 2813. If it falls within the mandate, and if it still needs more information, a preliminary investigation in terms of Section 2813 is authorized. So from that, there's a team gets designated. That team consists of investigators, criminal investigators, financial investigators, and prosecutors, meaning your state advocates. And then leading that team, you will have a deputy director of public prosecution who's responsible for that. So in terms of prosecution, the investigators do the investigation, but in terms of the prosecution, it is guided by the prosecutors. They decide on the evidence, the investigation and evidence collected, who to charge and what to charge. It's followed by another level, which is the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions and other senior advocates who look at the evidence to support the charges and the accused.
Did you say this one was a referral? Did you say this one was a referral?
Yes.
Thank you.
A referral.
This
matter came under a referral in terms of Section 27 of the NPA Act. Thank you, sir.
Who referred it?
The Section 27 referral came from a Member of Parliament, Mr. Fadil Adams.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Was that referral in terms of Section 27, which requires that it be on oath, on affidavit, or affirmed declaration?
As far as I know, that it's an affidavit that is submitted.
You have seen it personally?
Yes, sir. I've seen it now, and it also forms part of the bundle that was handed to Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Colonel, that then leads us to paragraph 2.3 of the subpoena, which required you to address, quote, allegations concerning your role in interference in criminal investigations and prosecutions, unquote. And I think you deal with that issue together with paragraph 2.4. So I'll put what paragraph 2.4 of the subpoena stated so that you can answer them together as you do in your statement. At paragraph 2.4 of this subpoena required you to address the, I quote, the effect of such conduct on the functioning, integrity, and independence of the criminal justice system, close quote. So those are the two, and you deal with those at your paragraph 11 at page 4 of your supplementary statement. Thanks.
Thank you, Council. My response to it and how the summons, I responded to what's in the summons. And my response was the allegation is vague. It does not contain evidence in fact showing any interference on my part or on any investigations and prosecutions. Then I elaborate that the IDAC operates on a prosecution investigation methodology which is headed by a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. It discounts personal influence on investigations and prosecutions. To elaborate on my answer, I'm only an investigator that goes out and investigates. I have no authority or power to influence prosecutions. I go out, I'm directed by the prosecutors, investigate, collect the evidence is presented. There is no way that I can interfere with prosecutions and who must be prosecuted. That is in the domain of the prosecutors.
Thank you. If we then turn to the next issue raised in the subpoena, that would have been raised at paragraph 2.5 of the subpoena, and it reads, paragraph 2.5 required you to address, quote, allegations concerning the existence of a quote-unquote Khan-IDEC cabal in SAPS and your role pursuant thereto as made by Mr. Thulani Shongwe during his evidence at the Commission on the 30th of June 2026, end of quote. You respond to that contents of that paragraph at your paragraph 13, page, your 12. Paragraph 12, page 5. If we could turn to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Chair, Commissioners, I have no knowledge of an existence of a Khan-IDEC cabal in SAPS. I also have no knowledge of a Khan-IDEC cabal within IDEC. It follows that if such cabal exists, I have no party to it. I've never investigated such because I don't know of it, and neither am I involved in it.
Before we leave that issue or your paragraph 12, is there anything else you'd like to add to that answer? Is there anything else you'd like to add to what you have stated in paragraph 12 before we leave your response to the question posed to you in the subpoena?
Nothing else except that I have no knowledge. I have no involvement in any of it, and I have no knowledge of a cabal or party to anything of that sort.
Thank you. The last question then was reflected, well, the penultimate actually, paragraph 2.6 of the subpoena. I'm advised that that question was erroneously posed to you in the subpoena because it does not, and I say erroneously because it does not concern any issue that you are required to testify on or is there an allegation made to you regarding what's set out therein? I must, however, read it into the record because you have formally responded to it.
Yes.
It was just with that rider. Paragraph 2.6 of the subpoena required you to speak to, quote, your relationship with Major General Khan and allegations that you disclosed to General Khan an SAPS docket relating to an ongoing criminal investigation against him, close quote. That's what was in the subpoena, and you respond to that at paragraph 13 of your supplementary statement, page 5. Like I say, you deal with that issue to the extent, with the rider that I have provided, that it said it was erroneously posed to you, particularly insofar as it deals with the disclosure of a subdocket to General Khan by you relating to an ongoing criminal investigation against him. Thank you. You may deal with your contents of paragraph 13.
My response, although it was not related to me, Council, my response for the purpose of the Commission Chair, Commissioners, is that I have never disclosed any investigation or any docket to Major General Khan. To elaborate further, I know Major General Khan. He's a senior officer attached to crime intelligence at the head office within the SAPS. He was one of the crime intelligence components head. I previously worked at crime intelligence and was a provincial section commander of security intelligence. Security intelligence formed part of the portfolio of Major General Khan as the national component head of counter and security intelligence. Major General Khan often chaired our organized crime criminal investigation projects at the National Evaluation Committee, NEC, at the head office of crime intelligence. I had strictly an official working relationship with him. General Khan is also a state witness in 2 of the IDAC investigations that are pending before the Magistrates Court. I am the investigating officer in both these criminal cases. The allegation that I disclosed a SAPS docket to General Khan relating to an investigation against him, I responded that it was vague. There's no information, but on it, I have a complete denial that I shared any information on docket with regards to him. I must say on this part, Chair, Commissioners, the General Khan that I know and that I worked with during this particular time is not the General Khan that I see now with what is appearing before the Commission. I had my reservations during my time at Crime Intelligence on senior officers there, but it was not to the extent of what is seen now. This is indeed not the person I know. Thank you, Chair.
What were those reservations?
Chair, I think one that stands out was within the crime. I must take you to a little bit on the history of crime intelligence. You must remember that crime intelligence was previously the special branch or the former apartheid intelligence system. And at some stage, they merged with the new dispensation CI, Crime Intelligence Service, and they became one. And at this time in there, you had seasoned veteran crime intelligence officers, as well as from the new crime intelligence, which one of them was myself, that came in. And there were people with long experience, a lot of service, and especially in their ranks. And when General Khan came in, he was a colonel. And the next minute there was whispers in the passages that General Khan is now a general. So within our structure, especially the covert structure, it spreads very quickly, and everybody's, how did it happen? So I had my reservations that how did this happen? So just interactions, and as an trained intelligence operative, I had my reservations, and whenever I interact, I do not take anything that is said to me, just on the floor of it. So that's why it's kept work, official, and what is said officially, I take what I believe is true, and don't worry about the rest. That's what my input is there.
Thank you, Chair.
So when you say you had reservations, Colonel, it suggests reservations about malfeasance. That's what it suggests. Your explanation now about General Khan simply relates to promotion issues. How did he become a colonel, rather a general from colonel instead of being a brigadier first? That's a different reservation from the first impression that you create when you say, I had reservations about some of the things that at crime intelligence.
Yes.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
Let me put it into perspective as I indicated on my Zondo affidavit. There were many things that took place during, and as mentioned by Mkonazi, which I support what he says about the corruption within crime intelligence. The possibility of being promoted from a colonel to a general, during that corrupt era, it was possible because you had people being recruited into a system. Some of them worked at supermarkets or wherever that came into the police, and at a later stage it was uncovered that they came in on the rank of a captain. So, and a prominent person's wife was also promoted to a full colonel within the system. So, when you look at it, is it possible that it can happen? Yes, it did happen. It did exist during those times. But the manner in which it was done is questionable. But there is provisions for it under deviation in terms of the SAPS regulations, where people can be a deviation from advertising a post and promoting a person. But to go and skip ranks, there are other people too as well that also went from colonels to brigadier to generals. It is that system or that what happened there, especially starting at CI, that has put us where we are today, with a system that has become so corrupt, where people are just willy-nilly promoted. Because you've got to ask yourself, so I have a question. On what basis did that promotion take place? Here you have people that are sitting 20, 30 years in a particular rank with expertise, experience, hardworking, and suddenly somebody comes in and a while later they are made a general. And in that environment, now we're talking about people that have been there for 20, 30 years. And you're talking about somebody that has just come in there and he's there for a couple of years. That's my input there, sir.
All right, we'll leave it there for now, but we'll come back to it. I think you haven't answered my question. The second thing that I was going to ask you is, in your paragraph 15, what you say there, is that a reference to what you referred to earlier as 2 Brooklyn cases?
Yes.
Is that what paragraph 15 is about?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Silo, I have a clarity-seeking question. Colonel, it relates to 10 and 11, if you read them together. You say IDA cooperates on a prosecution-led investigation methodology. It continues. And then you mentioned your relationship with the various generals that you investigated as part of your investigation, specifically in relation to Ms. Mukwele's case, the appointment. I just want to understand, in terms of procedure, how did you become involved in this investigation, and how were you appointed, and how was this case specifically allocated to you? How did that all happen?
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, as I mentioned in my evidence in chief, that the investigation starts from the referral where Section 2813 preliminary investigation starts. The process of the 2813 is to authorize a preliminary investigation and designate investigators, prosecutors to that particular team. So within the 2813, I was designated on that. But I also want to clear out something so we have an understanding.
Who designated you? And then you can continue with the rest.
I was designated by the investigating director as the head of office.
And who is that?
Advocate Johnson.
Yes.
So in the investigating team, the word lead investigator is utilized. I'm not the lead investigator. I'm a docket carrier for that investigation. There are other investigators that assist with that. So there's not one investigator appointed to go with it. There are several, and we all have different roles, in that investigation. You go and deal with that. You deal with that. You deal with that.
And sorry to interrupt you, who is the lead investigator?
Well, when we look at the word lead investigator, because I'm the one carrying the docket.
Yeah.
So I am labeled now as the lead because most of the administration and everything I am doing. So I'm responsible for that docket.
Colonel, you have to appreciate that we're not familiar with your terminology. So in the course of answering my question, you say things that force me to interrupt you because I don't want to wait until the end and not remember. So just try to explain what's the difference between a docket carrier and a lead investigator, and give us a specific answer and a clear answer. Who in the Mokwele case is the lead investigator?
Oh, in the team, there is a chief criminal investigator who is responsible for the criminal investigators. The criminal investigators
Sorry, in this case, who is that? Maybe let's take it step by step. There's a chief criminal investigator that you've now referred to. Who is that in this case?
I didn't hear you, Commissioner. Do you need the name of the chief criminal investigator?
You've told us what you do. You're the docket carrier, so we now have a name. The docket carrier is you, but you also say you've since become the chief investigator. So you have to give us the names so that we get to understand, more than anything, just so that we understand the structure, how it works.
That's clear. That's clear, Commissioner. Chair, Chief Criminal Investigator Perumal is our chief investigator in that investigation team. So let me get back.
Is that the lead investigator, or is that different?
He's in charge of the criminal investigators in that team. So let me get back. So Commissioner Kumalo.
I want to understand. Now, when Commissioner Kumalo was engaging you, you spoke about a lead investigator and about a docket carrier.
Yes.
Now, when Commissioner Baloyi is engaging you, you are referring to a criminal what?
Chief criminal
investigator. I want to know whether this is a third functionary or whether it's one of the two you've mentioned already. Is the chief criminal investigator one of the two you mentioned earlier, or is it additional? Is it a third functionary?
You have the criminal investigators, the senior criminal investigators, and the chief criminal investigator in that investigation team. But I think just to get to Commissioner Kumalo, I look at myself as not a lead investigator. I look at myself as a docket carrier. But for the sake of it, lead, docket carrier, one and the same thing. I'll accept it as that way, sir.
Colonel, I'm talking about a specific case, and
Yes.
that is a case involving the appointment of now Brigadier Mokwele, not the structure within IDEC. So just focus on this specific case. In this specific case, what was your role? Were you the docket carrier or were you the lead investigator in this specific case?
In this specific case, to be clear on it, Commissioner Kumalo, it's not the structure of IDEC that I'm explaining. It's in the investigation, the designations. You have a chief criminal investigator that designation is the investigation of the Mokwele case. So in the Mokwele matter, in terms of investigators, you have appointed investigators, criminal investigators, and a chief criminal investigator. So the chief criminal investigator is responsible for the senior criminal investigators and the investigators. So coming back to your question, that the lead investigator or the docket carrier is myself.
Yes.
But I report to all my work and everything that is done has to pass through the criminal investigator, chief criminal investigator.
And that would be Mr. Perumal.
That will be Mr.
And
Perumal.
who designated you? Was it Mr. Perumal or Advocate Johnson?
Advocate Johnson.
I must say that up to this point, your testimony was a bit confusing on this aspect as to the investigators. Earlier, I thought you were emphasizing the fact that you were not the lead investigator and that you were just the docket carrier. But in the end, in response to Commissioner Kumalo's last question, you now say you were both the docket carrier and the lead investigator.
Yes, I know, I understand.
Basically, you are contradicting yourself. Can you give us the final word? Are you going back on what you said earlier, which was laying emphasis on you merely having been, or being, because I think this is continuing, merely being a docket carrier and not the lead investigator? Are you going back on that now, and are you now saying you are both the docket carrier and lead investigator? Is that what we must understand your testimony to be?
Commissioner, I think that is the way we must understand it and take it. The lead investigator who's carrying the docket. And that's what I settled at, Commissioner, for clarity's sake.
All right, thank you.
Apologies, Commissioner Kumar.
Thank you, no problem, no problem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Then perhaps so we don't, particularly for our sakes, so that we don't get confused, may we not use the term docket carrier, because I accept from what you say that you use that interchangeably with lead investigator. For you, it's the same insofar as the Mukwele matter is concerned. So I suggest we drop the title docket carrier and we stick with lead investigator, and we know that is you in the Mukwele matter.
Acknowledge, Counsel. I know it creates confusion, but we will stick with lead investigator.
Unless Advocate Silo, he wanted to make a particular distinction which is relevant. I still don't understand why you would have mentioned a docket carrier if you are the lead investigator and it's irrelevant that you were also the docket carrier. What is the relevance of you mentioning that you are the docket carrier?
Perhaps before he answers, the
Yes.
proposal I made
Yes.
is based on the response he gave to the chair in trying to clarify whether there's a difference between lead investigator and docket carrier, because originally he had said he was just the docket carrier, having identified that there is a lead investigator. And in his engagement with the chair, I thought he got to a point where he said, for purposes at least of Mukwele, docket carrier and lead investigator, both of whom Mr. Colonel Padiache is the same thing. So I was just requesting that if my understanding is correct, that docket carrier and lead investigator is how we should understand it, then we drop any reference going forward to docket carrier and we just speak about a lead investigator. So that's what I was trying to confirm with him. But Commissioner Kumalo, if you remain unclarified on some issue regarding these terms, perhaps the witness can clarify for you.
Clarified. We will drop that and we will stick with lead investigator. There's no other. Sometimes when you are working in a team, you use your different terms, but lead investigator, that is it. In order to avoid confusion with docket carrier, we'll stick with the lead investigator, the one that's carrying the docket.
I must say, the way it came across, it sounded as if you were trying to avoid responsibility about certain things, and you were trying to say, oh, that's the responsibility of the lead investigator. I'm just the docket carrier. You know, like, I'm the messenger, don't shoot the messenger type of situation.
I hear you, Commissioner, the inference that can be drawn for it. I think I must get the message across clear, that we drop the word docket carrier, lead investigator, but in the team, I report to a chief criminal investigator. I think that makes it much more understandable from the English point of view, if I can go there. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
I know you would like this to be resolved neatly in the way that you've done, but just to clarify for myself, when the team was first constituted, and this is partly, my question is partly about the structure, but also this particular case. When the team was originally constituted, would you have had a docket carrier and a lead investigator and a chief, what is it called? Chief investigating the position held by Perumal, would you have had a docket carrier and a lead investigator in this particular case?
No, Chair. I think that creates, that's where I'm creating the confusion. That's why I dropped the docket carrier. But I think it comes more when you look at that team.
Yes.
That team that is there. There's a number of different investigations.
Yes. No, my question is simply this. On the Mukwele matter,
Yes.
from the outset, you were the docket carrier / lead investigator.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And perhaps just to close up this subject, because we're talking about systems and operations, do the lead investigators and the chief criminal investigators get appointed by the intake committee, or are they appointed differently? Without unpacking, just for my understanding how it works.
The appointments and designations of the team is done by the investigating director with their management. That's what I know.
Okay.
I only get to know about it when the designation comes and you're on the designations. That's where
I'm happy. Thanks for the clarification. Commissioners, I'm aware of the time, but if I may request, we're almost at the end, just left with 2 paragraphs to close this part of the proceedings. So I think you were at paragraph 16, you're just left with 16, 17, and 18, and then you would have completed your supplementary. If I may invite you to deal with those. Page 5, bottom paragraph. If you could take it from there into page 6, your supplementary statement.
Thank you, Council. Chair, the allegations that I disclose as sub-dockets to General Khan relating to an investigation is with respect vague. There's no information who made the allegation, which docket, where, when, how was the docket closed. This is a serious allegation to make, so I would have justifiably expected underlying facts to be made available to me to ensure meaningful engagements therewith and respond. I think the response is given that...
Ms. Silo, this is the one where you say the question was misdirected.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
The response is there that this did not refer to me with
Yes.
regard to disclosing a docket.
Yes, thank you.
And
Now, just to confirm then, because what you deal with at page 16 is to an issue that was wrongly directed to you, we propose that, as with this in the subpoena, paragraph 6.5 be considered pro non scriptu, and similarly the contents of this paragraph, and to confirm for the record that you will not be engaged about any issue arising from that subparagraph which suggests that you disclosed a docket involving General Khan unlawfully to him, just to assure you.
And that comment, Colonel, applies to 17 as well. Your 17.
Yes, it would by extension, yes, because the issue flow continues to paragraph 17, yes.
yes, so my apologies, Council. I was supposed to continue, Chair, with it. Chair, Commissioners, it remains to state that I do not work with SAP's dockets. Neither do I have access to SAP's dockets. I deny that I disclose any docket to General Khan relating to any ongoing criminal investigation against him.
Yes. Then finally, perhaps your paragraph 18.
My paragraph 18, should I be required to answer questions flowing from this affidavit, any matters in respect which has been determined that I would be of assistance to the Commission, subject to timeous notice and the right to legal representation, I will be willing to make myself available for such.
Thank you, Colonel. Before we leave this supplementary statement, is there anything else you would like to bring to the attention of the commissioners at this stage?
Nothing else, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:35.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel Padiachi, we have completed the first part of your testimony, which is where you had the opportunity to speak to the statements that you have provided to the Commission and to answer questions for clarification. We now turn to the second part as practice of the Commission, process of the Commission, which is to engage you on both statements. Just to perhaps give you the heads up, please appreciate that we may not do so exactly in the order that you have addressed the issues in your statements. We take the contents of your statements in their totality, and then we decide how to have an engagement with you. Would that be acceptable to you?
Understood.
Thank you. Before we do so, and it's in part informed by the engagement you had with the commissioners just before tea, and in response to a question in response to an issue you had raised about referrals to IDEC, may I perhaps invite you to explain in general terms how the system works, so you give us a framework, and I suggest we do so with reference to the NPA Act, Act 32 of 1998. I trust you have it before you. You read from it, in particular Section 7, sub 1, capital A. And in that regard, it would help if you took us through Section 7, Section 27, Section 28, and you had referenced investigations in terms of Section 28, sub 13. And then we get to the intake committee. The process is followed until it culminates in a criminal case and eventually into prosecution. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you don't have to be to give that general understanding with particular reference to any docket. I just want us to get at least a common understanding of how the system works. And then we will we'll get back to deal with specific dockets if we must. So that's the request to you, and you may start where you think is the logical starting point about how IDEC gets involved in investigations, the process it follows, the process of decision-making to culminate in criminal charges being preferred against individuals and eventually the actual prosecution. Okay? I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Chair, Commissioners, I think what I will start with is the act that is relevant to the investigative directorate against corruption, the mandate, and now the flow processes and whatever there. So, Section 1A of the NPA Act sets out the mandate, or it's where the investigating directorate obtains its mandate from, and I want to read it into the record, if that is fine.
Before you do so, may I correct? You said 1A, 7 sub 1A, Section 7 sub 1A, not Section 1A.
It's Section 7.
Yes.
1A.
Yes, you had omitted to mention 7, Section 7. Thank you.
No, apologies, Stephen. Section 7, 1A. There is hereby established in the office of the National...
There's 1-1. It's not... You say 7, 1-1. There is
7...
only 1,
A.
1.
Thank you, Chair. We'll get it right. Section 7, 1A. There is hereby established in the Office of the National Director an investigative directorate to be known as the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption to investigate and carry out any functions incidental to investigations relating to serious, high-profile, complex corruption, commercial and financial crime cases arising from recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry referred to the investigating director by the National Director in terms of Section 28(1)(b) or refer to the investigating director in terms of Section 27, subject to Section 26(2), relating to additional related offences or categories of offences, including common law offences of fraud, forgery, uttering, theft, and any offence involving dishonesty. Relating to additional related statutory offences or category of statutory offences, including contraventions of Prevention of Corrupt Activities Act, PRECA, Act 12 of 2004, the Prevention of Organised Crime Act 98, Act 121 of 1998, the Protection of the Constitutional Democracy Against Terrorist and Related Activities Act 2004, Act 33, the Public Financial Management Act 99, Act 1 of 99, the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, the Financial Intelligence Centre Act 2001, Act 38 of 2001, and any other statutory offence involving dishonesty. So this particular section of the NP Act is where the investigative director takes its mandate and direction from. So I will start with a flow process of how complaints come to the investigative directorate in terms of Section 27. We call it a Section 27 referral, but Section 27 of the NPA Act. Section 27 deals with the reporting of matters to the investigating director. If any person has reasonable grounds to suspect that a specific offence has been or is being committed, or that an attempt has been made or is being made to commit such offence, he or she may report the matter in question to the head of an investigative director by means of an affidavit or a firm declaration specifying the nature of suspicion, the grounds on which suspicion is based, all other relevant information known to the declarant. So that refers to a complaint that is referred in terms of Section 27. That's the starting point. Section 28, inquiries by the investigating director. In terms of Section 28(1)(a), if the investigating director has reason to believe, to suspect that a specific offence has been or is being committed, or that an attempt has been made or is being made to commit such offence, he or she may conduct an investigation on the matter in question, whether or not it has been reported to him or her in terms of Section 27. So, when a complaint comes in, it comes in under an affidavit in terms of Section 27 from a complainant. The 27 comes to the head of office. The head of office is the investigating director. It goes to the case intake committee. They will look at this referral and will decide whether it falls within the mandate of IDEC. It's tested within the IDEC criteria. From there, looking at it, there will be two things that would take place. If there is sufficient information on that referral, a full-blown investigation can be conducted in terms of Section 28(1). If there's still further investigation to be done, then a Section 28(13) is approved for a preliminary investigation. So we start with the 27 coming in with a preliminary investigation on Section 28(13). A Section 28(13) is approved for a preliminary investigation by the investigating director, the head of office. During that authorization, the preliminary investigation is authorized. It lists out the offences that's going to be investigated. It lists out a designated team of prosecutors and investigators. So there's a list of all these people that are put in there. That is there. That designation is their authority to proceed and conduct the preliminary investigation. So once that preliminary investigation is authorized, the preliminary investigation starts. So after a period of time, investigation, interviews, subpoenas, or whatever is done to confirm that there is a preliminary case here. It is taken back to the investigating director. The matter is considered by management, and then a full-blown investigation, Section 28.1, is approved. So within the Section 28.1 investigation, if there's additional expertise, additional investigators, or other role players that need to form part of this investigation that has come up now from the preliminary investigation, these additional people are added on to the designation and authorization of this full-blown investigation. Thereafter, the team is assembled, the prosecutors, the investigators, and the investigation commences, directed and led by the prosecutors. The investigators in that team, or I should say, just to list that team, there's a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. There are senior advocates, junior advocates, depending on availability, one or more. And then there's a Chief Criminal Investigator who is responsible for the senior criminal investigators and the criminal investigators. They report directly to the Chief Criminal Investigator in that structure. So once that is put together, the Chief Criminal Investigator assembles his investigators. He's got more or less the puzzle on hand of the investigation, and then he tasks the investigators accordingly. So in that specific task, it will be like, for example, myself, that is appointed now to conduct this investigation with the assistance of the other investigators. So you go out, you interview, obtain witness statements, other related evidence, and that is brought back. The team, together with the prosecutors, look at this evidence, they analyze this evidence, the prosecutors look at it, and if they see that there is sufficient evidence based on facts, then they will start with a charge sheet on who they're going to charge and what charges they're going to put. So a memo is put together with a charge sheet. That charge sheet and the memo is presented to the Deputy Director of that team. He looks at it to see that, okay, the facts, the evidence is supported by facts, that there is evidence, and the docket is now ready. That is then now taken to management. It's presented before management. Management will decide, yes, they agree that it should go on, and then the next step is the matter is ready to be enrolled. So the enrollment procedure is thus: you look at the prosecutors look at the charge sheets, they get the charge sheets ready. They also do a consultation note, which is a note to the Director of Public Prosecutions in the region where the matter is going to be prosecuted. So that consultation note is sent to the Director of Public Prosecutions. He or she agrees that yes, you can proceed to prosecute the matter in that particular region. Once that is done, the charge sheet is prepared. Then the enrollment processes start, where an application is made for J50s, that is your arrest warrants, or your J175s, if that is necessary, depending on the circumstances. Then
you said J175?
it's a summons. It's a summons to appear. So once that is done, your warrants are prepared, your affidavit is prepared, your warrants are prepared, and then you are ready for court. So then you will plan your operation and to execute your summons or your J50s. You will also have, depending, during that time, we will pick up, but this is Schedule 5, Schedule 6. Then you'll start preparing bail affidavits. Because with regards to Schedule 5, there are serious offences, and it will be on the accused, onus on the accused for him to be released on bail. So then you make arrangements with the court, you have the matter enrolled, and then the processes flow from there.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes, Chair.
so are you at the level of process at this stage?
Yes,
Oh, all right, all right.
clarification
Just
question
on
for me.
process. All right, all right.
Thank you.
Oh, but maybe let me ask this. What's your understanding of let me say, the triggers or the entry points in accordance with paragraph A of the subsection, that is 7(1)A, capital A, the smaller a being paragraph A of the section. What's your understanding of the triggers or the entry points? I know this is a legal question, and we as commissioners must engage in an interpretative exercise. But what I want to get an idea of from you, because you apply the section in your daily activities. But as I say, we will have to interpret it for ourselves. It refers to investigations relating to, I would say, three triggers: serious, high profile, or complex. And then the complex corruption. And that seems to relate, the third relates to commercial or financial crimes. But the question I want to raise is, must this be read conjunctively in the sense that all three triggers must be present, or must it be read disjunctively in the sense that one trigger may be sufficient? You don't have to have a serious, high-profile or complex corruption case. If it's serious, that may be sufficient, but it's doubtful that high-profile all on its own would be enough, because there's something that's not serious at all may be high profile in the sense that it's out there in the public domain, and the public in general is interested in it, and it's high profile in that sense. So high profile may be doubtful standing all on its own. But I just want to get an idea of how you apply this in practice. Is it disjunctive? Is it conjunctive?
So my understanding of it is that it's just serious and complex corruption. That's how I look at it and how I read it from my perspective.
So all three triggers, as I call them, must be present. Is that what you mean?
When you look at the serious, high-profile, or complex corruption, any one of the three. It's any one of the three.
So it's disjunctive.
Yes.
Thank you.
If I may follow up.
But as I said, it's our function to interpret it.
Thank you. If I may follow up on that, and I do appreciate that interpretation is a function for the commissioners. Perhaps how do you treat Section 7(1)A within IDEC? If you are confronted with a Section 27 referral dealing with a high-profile or complex corruption case, do you require it to be serious, or it doesn't have to be serious? As long as it's a high-profile or a complex corruption case, you handle it. What has been the practice thus far, at least? Thank you.
Well, in terms of the practice that I'm used to, it will be serious corruption. I mean, high-profile, corruption is corruption. So we look at the serious corruption. I wouldn't balance myself on high-profile. I would go more on the serious corruption and emphasize on the serious corruption and not bother about whether it's high profile.
Okay. And then
but,
how...
But it's there. How can you not bother about it, because it's there? It's specifically provided for in the section. Sorry, Ms. Silva. Yes.
I don't want to go into that, Chair, because if I have to just say that maybe because there's too many high profiles involved in the corruption. That's why they bring it in. But no, Commissioner, I go on serious corruption.
Yes, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Chair. My question is then, what is the threshold for determining whether the corruption you are confronted with is serious or not? Do you have a particular threshold? Is it monetary? Is it impact? Is it, how do you determine that the corruption case before you is serious or not serious?
I can only give my own personal view in it, but the case evaluation committee they have their set criteria on what they will take and what falls on the mandate and what should be there on it. And I think maybe, what they decide, we have to go with. But obviously, when I look at certain factors, it's public interest, it's out there, it's high-level government corruption, it's in a space there.
And perhaps, as the chair correctly pointed out, you not being a lawyer, I shouldn't get carried away. It might be unfair on you. But I think you gave a good indication of where perhaps we may take this question for our own clarification. You said the evaluation committee determines what is serious based on a number of factors that you don't necessarily have to know about.
Exactly, and I don't have any authority on that matter. Because they would decide and it will come down to us.
I'm happy with that. Who constitutes this evaluation committee? That is one. And does the head of IDEC, is the head of IDEC part of this committee or not?
Chair, Commissioners, I can't comment on that because I don't have the knowledge of how they operate on management. I'm still a couple of tiers below that, so I don't have on that level.
No, I will insist on my question. If it is a permanent structure within IDEC, you would know about it. Does IDEC have an evaluation committee where all these questions go as a general rule? Or are you suggesting that the committee gets constituted randomly from time to time? How does it work?
I wouldn't say, from my observation, that's why I really can't comment on it, because I only get to know when it is received down to us as investigators. So as far as a permanent structure that's on the organigram or somewhere, it's not there. From what I know is that a case intake committee is put together. It consists of the IDM investigative director himself and her management. So from herself and her management, she will put something like this. But I cannot say, because I have no knowledge on that part of it, of who constitutes that, which particular people are involved there. But I know it would be the head of office that will constitute such committee, because it stops with the head of office.
And by head office, you mean the ID, and you mean current ID being Advocate
the
Andrea
investigating
Johnson?
director.
So you're suggesting that we perhaps take the issue up with her when she does come?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But Colonel, you know about the existence of this committee, because if you didn't, you would not have mentioned it.
Yes.
Is this appointed on an ad hoc basis, or is it a committee that exists on an ongoing basis? Because not to know about that would be a bit strange.
I speak in terms of a fixed. I don't know about fixed. I think it is something that is ongoing when the need arises or whatever matters come in.
Surely you get cases all the time, don't you? New cases. You get new cases all the time, don't you?
Yes, sir. I know that there's cases that do come in.
So you seeing that you are mentioning the committee, you would know whether it exists on an ongoing basis or whether the committee gets appointed on an ad hoc basis. You should know that.
So I can answer that in a sense, Commissioner, and forgive me for my lack on that, is that I would hear the committee and the like. So I would hear it, and it's not there that I know, okay, this is the committee, this is where they sit and whatever. I would hear it through the channels of how the processes flow when stuff come in. So basically, I'm getting that information.
You said you are a couple of levels down. Can you just, in 2 sentences or so, give us that hierarchy explain you being 2 levels down. In response to Ms. Sillo, you said you don't have much detail or you don't know much about the committee because you are 2 levels down. I just want to understand the 2 levels down. It's you here, and then what other levels are there?
Let me put it in perspective, Chair, Commissioner. You have the head of office, then you have the deputy directors of public prosecutions. That's your man, and then you have your chief criminal investigators, chief financial investigators, and your chiefs in the others. So that are the 3 levels of management. Below that, you have your senior state advocates, you have your senior criminal investigators, senior financial investigators, and below that you have your state advocates, criminal investigators, financial investigators. So that's where I fit in on that level.
That's what, about the fourth
tier.
Fourth or something, third? Oh, okay.
Yes, third tier.
Also, you use couple loosely, not meaning 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks. I think, as you suggest, we will take it up with the ID.
Yes.
When she just might be able to cast light on this.
Yes, I think she will be better placed
Yes.
to explain it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You, in dealing with Section 7 and Section 27 and Section 28, you drew a distinction between preliminary investigations, and you then referenced the appointment of this team, including prosecutors, leading up to the drawing of the charge sheet, and then applying for the warrants of arrest, correct? You did that.
Yes.
Now, I need to understand, the Section 27 referral is received. It follows the process as you have outlined. It is considered by the intake committee, and they decide whether or not it falls within the mandate, and all those steps. At which point does it convert from being an internal investigation to a criminal case? And what is the trigger for that?
Once from my understanding, as I explained, once the intake committee decides, no, this falls within the mandate of IDEC, the investigating director and the management and the investigating director, authorizes a Section 2813 investigation, which is a preliminary investigation. She authorizes it, appoints and authorizes and appoints.
When Section 2813, that's a preliminary investigation. As I understand, perhaps if we look at 2813, just so we don't talk at cross purposes, if you could turn to Section 28 sub 13. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay, it reads, and I quote, if the investigating director considers it necessary to hear evidence in order to enable him to determine if there are reasonable grounds to conduct an investigation in terms of Section 1A, the investigating director may hold a preparatory investigation. So at the point where the Section 27 complaint goes to the intake committee, to get into Section 28, what's the outcome of that process? Is there a decision to proceed with a Section 2813 investigation, or does it then become an investigation, as you said in terms of Section 28(1)(a? I'm trying to...
If there's, in the referral, there's sufficient evidence, information, everything, then there's no need to go into inquiry. You can go into a full-blown investigation.
Okay.
Because the initial part of it, the preliminary, is to verify that information, do your necessary investigation, and then when you see that, no, there is substance, there's a prima facie here, then it goes into a full-blown investigation, which in terms of Section 28(1). So
Okay.
The preliminary is just to confirm, identify this, etc.
I'm clarified. Now that we are in an investigation, what is the trigger for it to become a registered criminal case? Or is it a registered, does it become a criminal registered case at that point when it becomes an investigation? If you could just clarify for me.
A criminal case can be registered during both phases.
Okay.
Because while you're busy with the preliminary investigation, you're going to find that there is prima facie evidence and etc. Then you will register a case.
Okay.
So moving into, if you register it in the preliminary investigation, that will be your reference on the 28-1 when you're conducting your investigations.
Okay.
On the preliminary investigation, you will be busy with an inquiry number.
Okay. I'll catch up at some point. Now, thanks. That is quite helpful because if there are no further generalities as regards the framework to provide to the commissioners, then I would like to apply what I believe I have learned to specifically the Mukwele investigation, which is what General Kumalo specifically complained about and on the basis of which you were issued with a Rule 3 notice. Okay.
Silo, before you go there, can I just get clarity from the Colonel? Colonel, IDEC is part of the NPA, right?
It's correct, sir.
Yeah. Does it ever happen, and I'm not asking you to interpret legislation, just in practice, what you know, does it ever happen that when a case is opened by the SAPS, it gets taken over by IDEC? How does it work if on the same facts, the same issues, somebody went to a police station and opened a case and a docket is opened? How does that in practice reach IDEC? And if there's already a case with SAPS, does it ever happen that IDEC takes over the investigation and runs with it?
So, Commissioner, what I can say there is we would normally get, if SAPS decides they have a case which they want to refer to the investigative director for some other reason, yes. But when you look at a complainant that has referred a matter to SAPS and is not satisfied because alleged corruption or something that's, that he suspects with regards to his case not being investigated properly. So he sets out his facts in that 27 referral, why he didn't go to SAPS, the reasons, whatever, and that's where the case intake committee, I think that they will look at those factors there. I presume that that's what they do there to decide whether, look, it falls within our mandate, no, this should go to SAPS. So it's all what is there in that referral that is there.
So, in the case where there's been a referral first to the SAPS, and then now there's a Section 27 referral, and your committee, your intake committee, has decided that this falls within your mandate, the IDEC mandate, and IDEC takes that over. What does that now not result in parallel cases? If there's no formal takeover from the SAPS, don't you end up with a case within the SAPS because it's been reported in the SAPS system and it's not been withdrawn, but the same case has now been referred to you by the complainant in terms of Section 27? How does IDEC deal with that?
Commissioner, the only matter that I can relate to that with something like that, because I hadn't had the experience of yet where there's a docket at SAPS and then IDEC takes it over. The particular situation that where I can personally say, okay, because I know of it, is where dockets was opened by a complainant at various police stations, and then he was not happy, and these dockets, he didn't hear about them, and these dockets were closed. So when that Section 27 referral came, we looked at these cases, we requested the case dockets from the SAPS, and I think it was the inspectorate that had the dockets, but the dockets were closed. And then we took those dockets. We requested them, and we took those dockets to assist us in our investigations. But in other examples where something is that SAPS is already investigating, They're running with that investigation. Like in this particular matter, on one of the legs of the matters that we are busy with, DPCI is already engaged with that, so we are not involved with it because it's also reported that this particular thing took place. And when we looked at it, it's in DPCI space. We liaised with them. They are busy with their investigations. So that doesn't form part of our leg. We stopped there and we said, no, they're busy with it.
Still at a general level, but using these facts the present facts of the Mukwele matter, but I'm still having a general discussion with you. We know the complainant from other evidence. We know that Member of Parliament Adams, he went to police stations to report before this matter of Mukwele gets escalated through, you say, Section 27 to the IDEC, but we know that he started at police stations. I'm trying to understand that. How do you deal with that kind of situation, which we know is the facts in this case?
Am I getting you clear on that, Commissioner?
Okay, let me try again. Member of Parliament Adams
Commissioner?
goes to a police station to lay a complaint against General Kumalo and others relating to the Mukwele appointment. He does that. And then he decides to refer to IDEC in terms of Section 27, the same complaint. He completes an affidavit and he submits it to IDEC in terms of Section 27. My question is, how does IDEC deal with that? Because on the face of it, it looks like you still have an active complaint under the SAP system because it's not been closed or withdrawn, but the same complaint is now with IDEC. How does IDEC manage that?
In the particular matter, Commissioners, a request is made for the dockets with SAPS. And like I said, the dockets were open in Cape Town and other police stations, which found its way to the inspectorate. And we requested those dockets. We said to SAPS, we received a complaint and we require those dockets. So the dockets were given over to us. In the dockets, there was hardly anything in those dockets. So what we did, because there's hardly anything in those dockets, we started to investigate further. So
you took over
Yes,
the SAPS investigation. Yes. Does it mean that investigation that complaint which was lodged at SAPS is now closed? Is that how IDEC deals with it? It's now closed, we are now investigating it. All right, thank you.
And to add more, Commissioner, on the system, on the SAP system, it will show that dockets are now in possession of IDEC. And IDEC is responsible for that docket, and all the processes that flow must be still reported to keep the CAS system or criminal system updated.
I guess what I was trying to understand is the principal position of you don't say, but the matter is already with SAPS. IDEC doesn't say that. IDEC takes it over. Takes it over. Okay, thank you.
So you don't have like a duplication running on the same matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a matter I was going to seek your explanation on, but now that Commissioner Baloyi has started, I might as well pose my questions. You say that the dockets, and in this specific case, I said let's turn to I'll call it for the Mukwele matter, and I mean no disrespect, and so terming it, but just for ease of reference. You say you requested the dockets that Mr. Adams had opened in Cape Town and in Gauteng from SAPS, and then you assumed responsibility for the investigation. My question is, in so doing, is it a negotiated settlement between IDEC and SAPS, or is IDEC asserting its authority that as soon as it receives Section 27, the law empowers it to collect the dockets and take charge of the investigation? Can you explain how that happens? And if you are asserting your authority, it might help if you refer me to a specific section, whether in the NPA Act or any other prescript you can think of. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioner,
Apologies, let's just give the commissioners a moment, thanks. Thank you, Chair. Yes, you may continue. Thanks, Colonel.
Thank you, Council. Chair, Commissioners, when we look at it, IDEC doesn't just go and take dockets. IDEC is tasked with an investigation into which there are allegations made. And in this allegations, the complainant has said that his open dockets, he's believed that his dockets or his cases have been interfered with or whatever from what's there. We requested those dockets, officially requested those dockets to see and verify what the Section 27 or the complainant is saying. So we requested those dockets. When we looked at those dockets and with the referral, it confirmed those dockets do exist and that those dockets were not really investigated. There was just that there was insufficient evidence or whatever in those dockets. Was it like 6 or 7 of them? So from the...
When you say 6 or 7 of them, are you saying there were 6 or 7 different complaints?
When I look at it, the Cape Town dockets and the dockets that were opened here in Gauteng is about basically one and the same thing. It's like duplicated. But
Yes.
when you pull the dockets together and it was the affidavit in it mixed everything up. Like in one affidavit, it's talking about the other docket or the complaint in the other docket. It was like mixed up. But basically, when I narrowed it down to 4 different complaints. One of those dockets that as I indicated, was already being investigated by, I think it's DPCI. It had to do with something that was purchased or what. They were busy with that. So that docket there, the actual docket that was opened, we didn't interfere with that docket. We took the remaining dockets and we can conducted investigations from there.
When you say the actual docket that was opened, we didn't interfere with it, you seem to distinguish other dockets that were open or not open. Just explain why the one you speak of it as the actual docket that was open, we didn't interfere with it, and then the others, we interfered with them or we dealt with them. Just explain that.
Let me get clarity there, Commissioner. Let me give you clarity there. There were 3 dockets opened in Cape Town, and they were...
And all of them relating...
repeated under a different CAS number. So you had Cape Town CAS 16 something.
Oh, just a minute. Your mics have gone off. And before that, I thought your voice was also fading.
Thank you, Chair. The Cape Town dockets was like 1651, 1652, whatever. Then the Gauteng, I'm going to say Gauteng because it's Orlando Station and Valeria.
Wasn't there
Protea.
Protea?
Sorry, sir?
Protea as well.
I
Or
picked
not,
up
or am I...
Orlando
Yes.
and Valeria. Those were the
Okay. Okay.
those were the CAS numbers.
Maybe I'm mixing up different cases. All right.
So, amongst the dockets that were here, one was already being investigated by DPCI, and they had already commenced with that investigation. But the other dockets where nothing was being done in it, it was just, I would say no investigation was done in it. So we signed for the dockets, we took over those dockets, we had a look at the dockets, and we put them together, but this docket and this docket is one. It's the same, and that's how we came up with the different CAS numbers. But what has happened with those dockets, when it was taken either to the case numbers. There was problems with the case numbers. It means that the complainant went to a police station and registered a complaint there that did not belong to that police station. It belonged to another police precinct. So what happened, that case number was put in that docket and went to the new station, but they didn't change the name of the station on that docket. We pick up a particular one, what we will say I'm going to call it the Lushaba matter. We had an original CAS 404, Valeria CAS 404. So we conducted our investigation in respect of, under this CAS 404, and we went through all the processes of it, and until it came to the part where we now had to start with the enrollment processes. And when we checked on the CAS system of the station, that this CAS does not exist. So we had to do a search. The investigating officers had to do a search, and then we established that the correct CAS number was 278 for that docket. So that 404 should have been scratched out, and 278 should have been written on the docket. And then the other cases too as well, 403, 405, they all had Valeria proper CAS numbers. Just the face of the docket was something else.
Colonel, you say that the complainant, Mr. Adams, came to IDEC and complained about the progress or lack of it on the dockets. Did I understand you correctly?
Commissioner, I just want to correct there. I don't know whether he came to IDEC or where.
But you did talk about him complaining.
The complaint.
About the lack of progress.
Yes.
And if he did not come to IDEC, how did his unhappiness about the lack of progress come to IDEC? I'm sure you've explained this, but I just want to understand, because I sort of assumed that the complaint was made to IDEC, which is what brought IDEC into the picture. So if he did not complain, or rather make his complaint at IDEC, did he make it where? At SAPS? And if at SAPS, where within SAPS? I'm sorry if you've touched on this. My questions stem from my misunderstanding, because, as I say, I thought the complaint was made at IDEC.
Commissioner, the complaint, everything is in the referral. So he made his complaint in the referral. So he gave his allegations and whatever and complained. He opened dockets, but nothing. So it's in the referral.
A Section 27 referral,
27 referral.
To
That's
IDEC.
where it is.
To IDEC.
Yes, why he's bringing it to IDEC. I'm bringing this complaint to IDEC because I opened the cases there. It's in the Section 28 referral.
So I'm correct then when I say the complaint was made at IDEC?
Okay, sir. No, when I take it I've been at the office of IDEC, or did IDEC go to him, or he came to IDEC? So it's just that I was trying to get.
Two. The complaint was made to IDEC.
To IDEC, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the at and the two. The complaint was made to IDEC.
You're confusing me, because I thought you were saying no. That's why I wanted to know, if not to IDEC, then who was it made to? So complaint made to IDEC.
Went to IDEC, sir.
And as the complaint was being made, it was a Section 27 referral.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And the complaint to IDEC, was it a complaint about failure to investigate the dockets opened at the various police stations, or is it a different complaint that is now brought to IDEC about the issues actually raised in those dockets? What was the actual complaint?
I think the issue of the complaint is that he alleges that he opened cases, but his dockets disappeared. I'm just recalling from what was said. And then he alleged the corruption in that referral, which we took our lead from.
Okay. So the complaint wasn't requiring IDEC to investigate the conduct of SAPS by failing to investigate the cases he had opened. That was not the
The way I
complaint.
look at the 27 referral was to look at his complaint of corruption,
Okay,
the corruption part, not the failure of SAPS to
investigate.
To investigate. He focused on the corruption.
But he does inform IDEC of the fact that he has opened these dockets at the various
Yes.
police stations.
Yes.
Now, I go back to the question I'd asked because I need that clarity. You then become aware that he actually has opened actual cases with SAPS. So SAPS is seized with that matter, with those matters. Whether or not it investigates, we'll get to that. At the point you go to SAPS, as IDEC having received the Section 27 referral, I asked, do you ask for the dockets? Is it a request to SAPS? Or are you taking over those dockets and asserting your authority over matters contained in those dockets? What exactly is happening there? I desperately need that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Commissioner, what I would say from my interpretation is the dockets were requested from SAPS. It was requested.
So if they are requested, then it is open to SARS to refuse the request. Is that ever an option for SAPS?
Yes, there's a possibility of SAPS refusing.
Okay. And how is this request expressed to SAPS? Is it in writing, maybe to National Commissioner, dear National Commissioner, right, from IDEC, or is it verbal, or is it by showing up at the respective police stations and requesting the documents? My apologies. How exactly is the request made?
I believe that request was done in writing.
It was done in
It
writing.
was done in writing.
And it would have been by and addressed to who?
It would have been addressed to, I think during the initial part of this request, I was not on the investigation at that stage. So I'm just recalling from what was said. I think it was to the head of the detectives, to the head of detectives, if I can recall, but I'm not too sure, subject to requesting those dockets.
Yes.
And those dockets, as far as I can recall, were lying at the inspectorate and not at the detective or at the station. It was lying at the police inspectorate.
Okay. So the request is made to head of detectives. Of course, you do say
Yes,
subject to
yes,
correction.
yes.
But there would be a formal request that we
Yes.
can locate.
Yes.
Would it be correct to assume at that stage, would it be by the ID, or who within IDEC would address such a request to the head of detectives?
The request would have come from the head of office.
Okay. That's what
It
you
will
call
come
the
from the
IT.
head. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything will have to go through the head of office before it goes out.
Okay. So I will try and track that down. Thank you so much. That helps.
IDEC, sorry, Mr. Lolo. IDEC would not have been entitled to simply go ahead with the investigations. In terms of Section 27, it would have had to be satisfied that there were reasonable grounds to suspect that a specified offense has been committed. That's what Section 27 says in so many words. So you don't just get into a matter and as you go along, you end up finding that there is indeed something here. And you end up formulating charges and you commence a prosecution. That's not how you do it. You must be satisfied at the point of entry when the person comes to make a Section 27 referral. You must be satisfied that there are reasonable grounds for the person's suspicion.
Yes.
Is that what happened here? Or did IDEC just take on the matter once Mr. Adams came to you to complain about the lack of progress?
The allegations made by Mr. Adams was serious.
No. This is not about the seriousness of the offenses. The antecedent question is there in existence, or are there in existence reasonable grounds for the suspicion that a specified offense has been committed? You don't start at the tail end, which is, but are these serious allegations? The entry point is this person coming to make a Section 27 referral. Does this person have reasonable grounds? And testing reasonable grounds is objective. So you don't rely on what the person says. The question is, objectively, when I look at this, are there indeed reasonable grounds for the suspicion? So that's where my question is. You do not, as you seem to suggest, look at the tail end. Are these serious allegations? And if they are, we go ahead. There may be serious allegations, but serious allegations may be unfounded.
Yes.
Do you get what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So there must be reasonable grounds for suspecting that a specified offense has been committed, and obviously, or implicit in that, is that the offense has been committed by the person complained against.
Yes, sir.
Do you follow me?
Yes, sir.
Can you now respond?
Yes, sir. That referral was sent to the case committee. They looked at that referral. They made a decision that it falls within the IDAC space.
My
So
focus.
the decision on accepting it, and that it has grounds, reasonable grounds or whatever. That reasonableness, the grounds, is determined by that committee that sat there and made that decision, sir. That's the most that I can say on that.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Chair.
Before you,
Yes,
before you
yes, ma'am.
miss it. Colonel, Section 27 says a specified offense. So it's a specified offense that gets referred in Section 27, in terms of Section 27, right? Now, you have to look at what is a specified offense, right? It refers to a specified offense, and here specified offense is a defined term. If you go to Section 1, right at the end of that section, just before Section 2, it tells you what is a specified offense. And it says it means a matter which, in the opinion of the head of investigating directorate, falls within the range of matters contemplated in Section 7.1, and any reference to the commission of a specified offense has a corresponding meaning. Now, as Chair pointed out to you, Section 7.1 has been deleted. It used to contain what is a specified offense. Now it's been deleted. So when IDAC receives this referral in terms of Section 27 from Member of Parliament Adams, what does it determine to be a specified offense?
Commissioner Baloyi, before the Colonel responds, it was brought to my attention, and I forgot somehow in that short space of time. I think Colonel Padiachi spilled water on his table, as I understand, and it's suspected that that's what had affected his mics. So the request had been, can we have a 2-minute stand down to deal with that? And I...
We'll come back in when we are told to.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Yes. Colonel, I had asked you a question before we adjourn, but let me address it differently. Mr. Botlane, during the short adjournment, I checked with the evidence leader whether this is a topic that they intend to cover about the definition section, that it doesn't contain a definition of a specified offense, and yet Section 27 is relied upon. She indicated they would cover it. But on reflection, actually, I consider it may be not very useful to engage this witness about it. It's a question that should be reserved for the head of IDEC, because she's the one that comprises committees, she knows the protocols, she knows what is applicable. So I will not pursue that question with this witness.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. You had, Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. That was the comment I was going to make, that the ground we are covering now is ground that we had hoped to have covered by yesterday, because that would speak to the mandate, the power, authority, of IDEC in general, and that this current witness would then plug in and be specific in the context of the framework already laid out on the dockets that have been tendered to the Commission. So because we didn't have the benefit of that evidence yesterday, there was an attempt to at least contextualize what his real evidence and testimony to the Commission is by referring to the Act and its provisions. But it was never intended to have a legal engagement with him on the Act. Thank you, Commissioner. So the Commissioner is not insisting on an answer to her question. We may park that for Advocate Johnson when she returns. Commissioner Baloy confirms.
I'm not the witness.
If then you don't have to answer that question, I then would like to move on to the actual docket. Having understood, as I think I have, or I hope I have, how the system works within IDEC, I would like us to refer to what I call the Mukwele docket that IDEC disclosed to the Commission. And for that purpose, I would like to refer us to Commissioners CJC 377, and that will be in file 3, starting at page 681. The help is coming to locate the correct file. Can That would be CJC 377, and it should start at page 681. While we are locating that, may I just, I'm looking at IDEC's representatives, and I just want to check something. And confirm with Mr. Botlano, do you have the exhibits?
I don't. I was actually trying to find out from my colleague whether he has got the benefit of them, because we've got to follow the evidence as well.
I think there ought to have been a bundle for you, and a bundle was prepared. It probably is somewhere here in the building, but for the moment, may we loan you Advocate Mutasedi's bundles? Until lunchtime, we will address that. Because an electronic link was, you confirm you were served with an electronic link?
No. I don't know if there was service. There may have been, but it definitely didn't come to our attention.
I think your junior can confirm that there was service of the exhibit, of the exhibit files. And as it has been growing over the days.
I'm not a witness.
Commissioner Baloy now has given everyone. No, there was an electronic version these went to print on Monday when the last docket was provided. No, these went to print from last week because it's a combined exhibit file, including the witnesses from Friday. So the exhibit file has been growing over time, and as it was growing, it was shared with IDEX attorneys. But we had undertaken to provide them a hard copy version of everything that has been filed in the exhibit. That's why I say your box must be somewhere in the building, but for the moment, if you could use Advocate Mutasedis, I'd be thankful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what you have now is file 3, CJC 377.
We have it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now that I think we are all on the same page. Colonel Padiachi, this docket was received by the Commission from IDEC, and it had been requested specifically. Now, the docket as we currently have it and as appears in the exhibit file is as was received. So it's not a docket that we tendered or we provided, it comes directly from yourselves. You confirm that?
I'm not sure I get you there, Council. Can you?
Okay, I'll try again. The Commission, the evidence leaders requested certain documents from IDEC, and included in that list of requests were certain dockets. The docket appearing as at page 681, bearing CAS number 452/06/2025, and we have marked it CJC 377 is a docket received from IDEC. Do you confirm that?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Or you confirm that that's the IDEC docket?
Yes, I confirm it on
Thank you.
here. Brooklyn CAS 542
Yes,
and the index 37.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Now, no, not index 37, index
No, I'm talking about the number of the annexure number.
377.
Yes, 37.
for the record, just to be
Yeah.
correct, 377, thanks. Now, before we deal with the contents of that docket, how does it work in IDEC? I've come to understand that with any docket opened, the first document is an A1 statement. Now, in this case, it is opened on the strength of a Section 27 referral, correct?
Correct.
So who opens the docket? Is it IDEC? Or who opens that docket? Because now you are seized with the investigation.
The docket is opened by IDEC.
The docket is opened by IDEC.
Yes.
So what would be the first document that goes into that docket the moment it's opened?
It will be an A1.
The A1.
A1 statement.
Okay. Where does the Section 27 referral go?
The Section 27, because it covers, not just one investigation, it has different legs to whatever it is. That Section 27 does not go in the docket.
And
That-
if it
that-
did, oh, sorry.
That Section 27 is the complaint. It's there with the head of office. We go and physically interview. He's referred this complaint. We go to him, we interview him, and we take a statement from him.
Okay. So would I be correct then, based on how you had described the process, that somewhere, not in a docket, but somewhere within IDEC, is an investigation file that contains the Section 27 referral, the committee decision, and I think the authorization to investigate and subsequently prosecute? All those documents will not be in the docket, but would be in some other file within IDEC. Would that be a correct understanding on my part?
I only work with the docket, Council. So that referral and correspondence is there on management level, which I believe that the head of office will be able to explain more on there.
You're being unfair on yourself, Colonel. You are a senior police officer. You have spent enough time in IDEC to know a bit about processes. You get a Section 27. You told us that the intake committee decides whether it falls within its mandate,
Yes.
the complaint. That must be recorded somewhere. You told us then the investigators and chief investigators are appointed. Then a decision is made whether or not to proceed to a Section 2813 investigation or to run a full-blown investigation in terms of Section 81. And then you referenced the authority to proceed. I assume all these are in written form. And my question is simply, where does one find that whole pack of papers? Surely you should know that.
No, I do not want to appear that I'm holding back or anything on that, Council.
Yeah.
Please understand me.
Okay.
All right. I'm the investigator in the level that I prescribed. The referral comes in, and it comes into to management. It is done. I get a copy of the designation where we designated on to investigate. So on the basis of that, I start the inquiry
Yes.
of obtaining statements.
Okay.
And then I compile my docket from there. I do not take the 27 and put it in a docket and start from there. I start from interviewing people to gather evidence for the criminal docket.
Okay. No, that's, I understand then.
Can I just, Ms. Ella?
Yes, ma'am.
Just related to this topic, this docket here, it says police station is Brooklyn. Can you just explain, is that how all your IDEC dockets look like? They record a station as Brooklyn?
It's a normal police docket, Commissioners.
Yes.
It's a normal police docket which we get from the station and we write on it
Okay.
and we register it. But it's a police docket.
So it's registered at Brooklyn Police
It's
Station?
registered at Brooklyn Police Station. IDAC does not have access to their own systems of registering dockets, so it's registered at the police station, the precinct with the offense founding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what we have at page 681 is the preamble to a statement, as Commissioner Baloyi points out. It reflects Brooklyn as the station. And then it provides a CAS number 542/06/2025. Can I just share with you what I've come to understand about CAS numbers, and don't always trust my understanding though. I understand that the last figures, 2025, denote the year in which that case was opened.
Yes.
The numbers before the year 06 denote the month in which it was opened.
So it's the month, it's the register serial number according to the system,
Yes,
the month,
Yes.
and then the year.
correct. And that's how I understood it.
Yes.
So then, based on that understanding, I too had is when I see 542/06/2025, I take it is case number 542, opened on June 2025 at Brooklyn Police Station. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And this is that then becomes your CAS number going forward, and
Yes.
that will attach right through to prosecution.
Yes.
And based on that understanding, I try to understand, if I scroll down, if you go to the bottom of that document, that tells me this was opened in June 2025. It has got a signature and a date, and the date reflected there is the 6th of January 2025. So if it bears the date of January 2025, how does it bear a CAS number of June yet to come? I might be confusing myself over nothing, but I was hoping you'd be able to clarify this. And I ask simply because you are the lead investigator in the matter, so there might be a very valid explanation to this.
I can give you clarity
Yes.
on that. During the preliminary investigation, a number of affidavits are taken in the early stages of the investigation, which is the preliminary investigation, where you are searching for your evidence. So once you put together all your evidence, at that stage your witness statement doesn't have a CAS number,
Yes.
right? Nothing is cast. So therefore, once you've got all your affidavits and all your evidence, and then you register a case docket, which could be months later, all right, then that statement, the CAS number will be written on the top. So it's obvious the CAS number now is on the date when the docket was registered. But the affidavit was taken in January. That affidavit was taken during the preliminary investigations. So that's why the date is January.
I understood you earlier to say the first document in a docket is the A1. If the A1, that statement of the complainant, is taken in January, then the docket is opened with that A1. Is my understanding wrong?
No, Commissioner. We're busy with the preliminary investigation. During the preliminary investigation, you will obtain statements, various statements, requests for certain documents, this and this. So you're busy compiling stuff. When you are ready with your docket to have it registered, because it's still in an inquiry at that stage, then you would register your docket.
You do recall that at some point I wanted an understanding as to when we move from investigation to a criminal case, have a CAS number.
Yes.
And you gave an example, particularly with this one, that you went immediately into a CAS number. So that would have been shortly after you received your Section 27. So, or maybe I have things upside down, topsy-turvy. Please try again.
Maybe I can guide you, counsel, and explain.
Yes.
You have a Section 27 referral that is sent in. And then your Section 2813 preliminary investigation commences. So it's an inquiry stage. So you will go out and interview the complainant, and you obtain his affidavit.
Yes.
And then you will continue with your investigation to get other supporting evidence or whatever in your preliminary. Your docket is not registered at that stage. So you have that complaint, but now you want to get more on it. So once you've done all of that, and then you're now going into your full-blown investigation, it's now ready, you'll register your case docket. That's why when you move further on, you'll see that some of the other statements are also taken to a build-up to a case docket.
Yes. Okay. So
Can I just?
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry if I interrupt your thought process.
Not at all, not at all.
I just want to make sure I understand. Does then it mean that if your investigation, you don't have a case docket yet, you haven't opened a CAS on the system, does it mean that if your investigation results in you're not finding useful information, if you like, are you saying there will never be open a case, a CAS number? Because and I ask from my own experience, which is you go to a police station, you say this has happened, and they give you a case number before they do any investigations, and I now have a case number that I can give to my insurer that I have reported to the police. You seem to be describing a situation where you conduct an investigation, there's no record of it on the system, on the CAS system, and then you make a determination that there's nothing to see here, and the system is none the wiser about it. That becomes the end of that complaint. Can you just explain that?
Okay. With the police and the SAPs, person goes to the police station, to the community service center, he reports a complaint, and he registers, and they register his case. With IDEC, we get a complaint, a referral complaint. So we first start with an inquiry to verify this complaint, and that starts with a preliminary investigation. To verify, we take statements or whatever, and if there is a prima facie case or what the complainant said in the complaint that it is there, and we've conducted this investigation, we conduct it under an inquiry number, right? It will be an inquiry number. And we find during the preliminary investigation, no, we have a prima facie case, it's supported by affidavits taken, then we register a docket and go into a full-blown investigation. Now, if we had to take a complaint in that Section 27 and just go and open a case docket just basically on that, and then at some stage or the other it's found that no, but there's nothing here, then you have a case that's registered, which adds to the volume of cases in the area in terms of statistics. If the Commissioner can understand.
So there's an inquiry number for this referral?
Yes, there's an inquiry number.
On your system?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. That inquiry number would suggest there is an inquiry file, and the first document, I take it, would be the referral affidavit and then the A1 statement and following.
In my documents will be the designation,
Okay?
right?
Yes.
And from the designation, I will go and take the affidavit. Everything that I do in that inquiry, because on the designation it will have the inquiry number.
Yes.
It will refer to an inquiry. It will be that 2813 is registered as inquiry. It will have an inquiry number. So that's the inquiry number that I will use for my investigation, for summonses to request documents. I will use that.
Yes.
So once my case is registered, finally at the police station, that inquiry number will fall out, and I'll be using a CAS number. That's why you'll find in some cases on subpoenas, you'll have a inquiry number and
Yes.
at a later stage a CAS number.
Oh, so that simply tells me that when you issued a summons during an inquiry, it will bear the inquiry number, and if you issued a Section 28 summons, after you have opened the case, then it will bear the CAS number. Thank you. Now that helps. So if I just quickly go to just a small issue before I'm aware of the time, Chair, just to close on this topic. If you go to page 683, staying with the same file, 683.
683.
At 683 is the statement of the affidavit of Mr. Fadiel Adams. And at page 684, I see it's commissioned. You see that? Colonel?
I'm going down to your document.
No, I
It's
thought
easier-
I thought it immediately follows the.
Yeah.
We're at 681, looking
Yeah,
at the CAS number and them.
I'm
Just
pulling it
flip
up on
to-
my electronic copy instead of the hard copy.
I prefer you work on the files before you, then we don't lose each other.
Okay.
Okay. I'll assure you, before the commissioners, that what's in the file is exactly as you gave to the commissions. Nothing has been added and nothing has been omitted. So you can trust the file. I'm at 683. That is the statement of Mr. Fadiel Adams. And overleaf at page 684, I see it's commissioned. Correct?
That's correct.
I'm interested, even before we look at the content, at 684, if we go to that part after Mr. Adams' signature, it reads thus, and I hope you can help me, quote, thus done and signed at, no, I'll start again, thus done and signed to at Pretoria on this, the 6th day of January 2025, by the deponent who acknowledged that she knows and understands the contents of this affidavit. This affidavit was sworn to before me, and the deponent's signature was placed hereon in my presence at Cape Town. There's the Commissioner of Oaths, and it's reflected as Dylan Perumal as the Chief Investigator. I take it that that's Mr. Perumal, you said, was the Chief Investigator in this matter.
That's correct.
My confusion, I guess, arises where it says it was signed at Pretoria, and it says his signature was placed hereon in my presence at Cape Town. Reading that, where was this statement taken and commissioned? Pretoria or Cape Town? It can't be both.
Commissioner, Chair, Commissioners, Council, I believe this is probably an administrative
Okay.
thing, so it's not Pretoria. From what I heard, this is Cape Town.
So it's taken in
It's
Cape
Cape
Town.
Town.
So reference
So
to
we can rectify
Pretoria there
that to
is
Cape Town.
incorrect. Yes, it might be a function of using. Yes, Commissioner Goloi.
Yeah, I don't know that you can make that correction unless you're telling us you were present
No.
when this affidavit was deposed to.
Chair, Commissioner, I'm just making the inference, so it's just an inference I'm making.
Yeah.
And from what I know, that this was not Pretoria.
Well, you
But
can only...
Mr. Chief Investigator Perumal will be able to,
Yes.
yes, he will
Yes.
be the one.
He's the one that must explain what
Correct.
happened here.
Yeah, Chair.
So we're not making any corrections.
Are you suggesting that when he was physically in Cape Town, that is Mr. Perumal,
Yes, I believe Chief Investigator
Does-
Perumal was physically in Cape Town,
but his base were in Pretoria?
in Pretoria, sir.
Does he carry around his Pretoria stamp when he travels? Because look at the stamp there, it says Pretoria.
The investigating,
Pretoria appears twice there
That's-
on the date stamp.
that's our office stamp, sir.
I'm saying, does he carry it around? Would he carry it to Cape Town?
So normally we carry our stamps with us, sir.
That's very unusual. But that doesn't make sense then, because you would stamp Cape Town when you are physically in Musina.
So when you,
Why would you do that?
the way I look at it from the affidavit before me, if you look at the address of the commissioner who's signing the oath, his office address is given as Pretoria, and that's our office stamp that's next to it. So it's not that it is you carrying a stamp to Pretoria to stamp an affidavit in Cape Town when it should be I'm not sure.
From what you are saying, that's exactly what you suggest happened here. Even
Yes.
though he's based in Pretoria, he was physically in Cape Town, and the affidavit was commissioned there.
Yes,
And
sir.
he stamped it with a Pretoria stamp, date stamp, even though he's in Cape Town. That's exactly what you are suggesting,
No.
which I don't understand.
Let me get clear on it so I can understand, Chair. Firstly, from what I know, but only Chief Investigator Perumal can expand and confirm on the statement. And this is from what I heard, that the statement was taken in Cape Town. But what I'm saying here, on this affidavit, Chief Investigator Dylan Perumal commissioned this affidavit. The address, his address, our office, is Pretoria. So underneath his details, it can be seen Investigating Director IDAC, Brooklyn, Pretoria. Our office stamp has Pretoria on it. We don't have an office in Cape Town. So his stamp, and therefore the stamp is Pretoria.
Did he have to, was it obligatory for him to stamp the document? Stamp it Pretoria when he's not in Pretoria? That simply does not make sense, because it's not giving the factual position. It's not stating the factual position. Even the indication of the office there. Let me just look. Expert Chief Investigating Directorate against National. Or I guess that's fine, because it's relating more to his position.
Yes,
so
his position.
So yes, so
Yes.
there's no issue there.
Yes.
What's typed on there, basically
Yes.
explaining who he is. Maybe, I guess there's no issue there, but the issue relates to the date stamp.
Yes, sir.
And it sounds very strange to me that you carry your date stamps wherever you travel. What on earth for?
Commissioner, the only explanation I can afford, Commissioner, is in the way I see it, because we don't necessarily put a stamp on on the affidavit.
Exactly,
But there is,
exactly, because it's not even obligatory that you should have a date stamp on there. That affidavit would have been complete without a date stamp. By putting the date stamp on
Yes.
there, or affixing the date stamp on there, you are suggesting that this was commissioned in Pretoria.
yes, Commissioner, that inference
But-
can be drawn.
But which, of course, will be problematic because
Yes.
you also have Cape Town in manuscript
Yes.
written on there.
I think in the rare cases, Commissioner, that point that you made is taken, that if we are in Pretoria and we are obtaining statements in Pretoria, our state stamp is not a problem. But if we are taking affidavits in another province, we should keep that in mind. So I will take that advice from you, Commissioner, in good stead. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
So, sir, still on that, and I want to preface it by saying, firstly, accept this is Perumal's affidavit. It's not you that signed, but I want to preface what I'm going to say with this, that affidavits have been thrown out of court for non-compliance on these kind of issues. And one of the problems that there is here, and that Perumal would have to, Chief Investigator Perumal would have to explain, is in that very paragraph which the chair is discussing with you, in the second line, it refers to to the deponent as she knows and understands. And it's been a serious problem because it raises the question, was the deponent even in front of the Commissioner of Oaths? So that is one of the issues that are problematic about this affidavit, that I accept that he will have to come and explain and persuade that he took this affidavit in the presence of Mr. Adams, and it was Cape Town or Pretoria. But to go back to an earlier page at 681, where you say the station is Brooklyn, there's a date issue, there's a case number issue there, but when you look at the bottom of the document, it has a different date. The bottom of the document, it indicates it was signed on the 6th of January 2025, and then next to it, there's provision for member signature. It requires rank, name, and surname. None of that information is provided, and I have tried to see whether it could be Mr. Adams's signature, which it seems it shouldn't be because it requires member signature. And when I look at Perumal's signature, it looks completely different from, I'm no expert about that, but it looks completely different from the signature on page 681, which brings me to the question, do you go to Brooklyn Police Station and say, we need to open a docket, and that's where you get this preamble statement, or is this a form that is kept by IDEC in its office, and then when you get referrals such as Section 27, you then complete it and put in the name of the station. In time, you will put in the cast number, but whoever puts in the name of the station on the 6th of January then completes it at the bottom. How does it work?
Commissioner, as far as I know, that the preambles of the statement is done when you are taking the affidavit itself.
This is a form that IDEC keeps with it.
Yeah, we
This
have
sets
copies
form.
of we have copies of these.
Okay.
IDEC is in the process of doing, in terms of the dockets and annexures where it says SAPs. We are continuously deleting SAPs and putting IDEC on it. So you look, for example, exhibit bags. IDEC has now got its own exhibit bags. So we are an office in progress where we
So-
are getting and moving away
So
from
at the
SAPs.
bottom of that page where it says member signature and then rank, name, and surname, I would expect to see the name of whoever created
Yes.
this document
Yes.
and their rank.
Yes.
Okay. And the date at the bottom would be the date when what happens, because
Yes.
it's a different date from the June 2025 at the top, which comes with the cars. the bottom number, the bottom date, what is that date supposed to reflect? What does it speak to?
The 6th of January 2025.
Yes.
At the bottom.
Yes.
It talks to the day the affidavit was taken.
Okay.
It's the same date the affidavit was taken.
And you say the affidavit is taken without a CAS number? Is that your evidence?
It still goes on the inquiry,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right,
So
thank you.
what you see here, if you just remove the case number, this is still an inquiry.
Okay.
But because the docket at a later stage was registered, in the docket you've got to make sure everything from back to front has got the case number.
Thank you.
And I take your other concern, Commissioner, that a signature must be followed by initial and surname, identifying the signature.
Yeah, but you accept that we don't know who opened this on the basis of this
That is
document
correct.
in front of us.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to close on this topic, then, this conflict between Pretoria and Cape Town at page 684, because I'd understood you earlier to say, upon the investigation being initiated, you took the statement of the complainant. That's what you had said. Unless, you say I, unless I meant IDEC in this instance. I thought you personally were present when the statement was taken. Or did I mishear?
No. The statement of I use it in the context that IDEC takes the statement of the complainant, but the particular statement that is before the Commission now, I was not present.
No. That's exactly the point I'm making. I take you to this problem at page 684 because I'd understood you to have said that in this particular Mukwele investigation, after you got your authorization, you are appointed as lead investigator. I took the A1 statement. You remember a discussion about what becomes the A1 statement? I had understood you to have said that you took the statement. And I'm checking, did I mishear you?
No, that'll have to correct myself there. You know,
Okay.
we were talking about what build up, and it could be in that mix that
Okay.
I would
All right.
in that context. But in terms of the actual, what we actually have here, the Adams statement, it doesn't refer that I took it.
So your final
There's
position
it only appears in the processes of what we do.
what appears in the processes?
No, when I was explaining,
No. We were already in the docket by the time I understood you. If I'm wrong, the transcript will
Yes.
prove me wrong, and I'm happy. I'll correct myself.
I'll take it this way, and if to correct myself, that I did not take the statement. So if it is mentioned that I took it, then I'm correcting it now. I did not take the statement, and I was not present during the statement.
No, I accept that, and I accept that I too may have misunderstood you. Just then, lastly, before we leave this document, based on Commissioner Baloi's questions, at page 681 and 682, the signature at the bottom has to be the signature of the person who takes the statement. Correct? Is that how we understand this document? 681? You are on 681.
No, 681.
And 682, the same signature appears. Am I correct that that is the signature of the person who takes the statement?
Yes, that should be the person who takes the statement.
Okay. Now,
But
on your version, the version before you, that signature is not redacted. I would like you to compare that signature at 681, 682, and compare it with the signature at 684 above the name Mr. Fadiel Adams. I might be wrong, but it looks like the same signature, and it is markedly different from the signature by Mr. Perumal at 684, who's the commissioner here. Did Mr. Adams sign in the wrong place, or should I take that signature to be Mr. Perumal's signature, although that doesn't look
I'm going to put it in this context, Council. Chief Perumal, who took this statement, is best placed to answer in terms of the signature.
Yes, no, for a fact, he is. I was just asking you. You are looking at it, you're an investigator.
I'm looking at it,
What conclusion would you draw?
The way I see it here is that this signature is put in the wrong place here.
It's put in the wrong place, or I'm more interested in between the two, who appended the signature at page 681 and 682? Is it Mr. Adams, or is it You call him Chief Perumal.
The signatures on the bottom of the page appears to be from the way I look at the other signatures that are in the actual affidavit,
Yes.
it appears to be Mr. Adams.
Appears to me.
Yes.
And as we understand it, it by right ought to be the investigator or the police officer who takes the statement.
No, I'm not with you there, Counsel.
Now, I say, do I understand you correct that the signature that has to be appearing at 681 and 682 has to be the signature of the person taking the statement?
Yes.
Not the person giving the statement.
Yes, the
Okay.
person taking the statement.
We just have it the other way around here.
Page 2 should be the person that's the actual Adams.
Page 2 has to be the signature of Mr. Adams. The 681 is the signature of the investigator. Who's responsible for this form, for completion of this form? Is this the complainant or the person taking the statement? I would have assumed
the
that.
person that's taking the statement.
Yeah. So their signature, I thought, would appear at both 681 and 682.
Yeah.
And that the complainant's signature would only appear in their statement. Am I correct or am I wrong again?
Just come again, the Counsel.
I say I assume this being an official form, the signature at page 681 and 682 would be the signature of the investigator who takes the statement.
Yes.
I'm just testing.
Yes.
And that the only time I would see the complainant's signature is where the complainant signs his own statement. Would I be right? I might be wrong.
On page 2, that's 682,
Yes.
that signature at the bottom, that's where the complainant signs.
Is that for the complainant?
Yes.
And the one at
And the one in the
681
front,
is for the investigator?
it states their member's signature. So that'd be the person that's taking the affidavit.
Okay. But what we actually have, it would appear, right, at first blush, that Mr. Adams signed both
the wrong
page 1,
place.
page 2, and his own statement. It would appear, and I'm willing to be persuaded that it's not his signature, but Chief Perumal's signature at page 1.
Am I hearing you correctly, Councillor, when you are saying on page 681,
Yes,
the signature on the bottom of the page is not Chief Perumal's signature, but Mr. Adams? Is that what you are saying?
yes, I'm saying if you say the signature at 682 is Mr. Adams' signature, I say it looks like the signature at 681, so it's the same signature. And I say
Yeah.
when I take those two signatures and I compare with Mr. Adams' statement, it's the same signature above Mr. Adams' statement. So the sum total of my interpretation is where Chief Perumal was supposed to have signed on 681, Mr. Adams signed. At 682, where you say the complainant signs, Mr. Adams signed, and once again, Mr. Adams signed on his statement. The only time Chief Perumal signs is when he commissions that statement at page 684.
Commissioner, Chair, I cannot comment on that. And I think Chief Perumal will be best placed because what is there is the inference that Chief Perumal signed Mr. Adams' statement is that's what's coming across. And I think that will be unfair for me to comment on that because I'm not a handwriting expert and I cannot comment on, but he himself can comment, did you sign here or did not? If I'm understanding you
Mine
correctly.
was just a deduction, so I'll leave it there.
Yes.
And maybe I've seriously, not maybe, encroached into the commissioner's lunch, and perhaps we are all hungry now. So if
Yes.
I ask if this might be an opportune moment, Chair.
Yes, let's adjourn and come back at 2:20.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, Commissioners. Afternoon, Colonel, your microphone.
It seems
Oh, indeed. Thank you, Commissioner.
Colonel, good afternoon. Please go to page 681.
681.
Yes. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
It's the document that says preamble to statement. What exactly is it? Is it a cover page of a docket? What do you call this?
It's the cover page to an affidavit
Yes.
of an A1, sir.
Yeah. And who completed this document? Just looking at it. Do you know who completed it?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you not ask? You are the investigation
No,
officer.
I did not ask. During this period of time in January 2026,
Yeah.
I wasn't around. I was out of the country.
You were out of the country?
Yes, sir.
But at some point you came back?
Yes, at some point I came back. I didn't ask about the
You
completion
didn't
of the
ask.
statement, sir.
I'm particularly interested in the description of the offense on page 682.
Sir?
Are you on 682?
682, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the section that says description of the offense? Just below the particulars of offense, there's a date there.
Description offense, yes, sir.
Yes, and it says fraud, corruption, irregular appointment of Brigadier Mukwele. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where that fraud and corruption comes from? Who made the complaint that there was fraud and corruption?
So, as I said, the person that wrote this affidavit and took this affidavit will be able to comment on that. I would only assume that from what was in the A1, you have fraud and corruption. In terms of the case that we have registered, it is fraud and corruption.
I'm asking you because you've said you are the investigating officer, and you must have received all these documents. So I'm curious to know who said IDEC must investigate a case of fraud and corruption. Who said that? Who made that complaint? Do you know? If you don't know, you don't know.
No, I just got to be clear on what you're asking me, Commissioner, so that I can respond accordingly. As I said, initially that I did not take the statement, so I want to answer you as best as I can. When you look at what is described, the first departure point is an irregular appointment. Irregular appointment, misrepresentation, a gratification, so there is fraud and corruption. So I would presume that based on that, the description that was given here of the offense is given as fraud, corruption, and irregular appointment. But the irregular appointment is not a charge per se. It's more an explanation of the actual fraud and corruption.
So my question remains, who made a complaint of fraud and corruption? Who came to IDEC and said there is a complaint of fraud and corruption that I would like to make and for IDEC to investigate?
When we look at the referral, sir, Section 27 referral, where it talks about the appointment of a civilian lady, I think that's where it comes in the irregular appointment.
So IDEC made an inference. It did not come from a complainant. The complainant did not say, I believe that there's a case of fraud and corruption that IDEC should investigate. I'm just trying to understand IDEC's thinking. Not so much the merits of the case, but IDEC's thinking and how it got to where it arrived at.
What I can gather from what is written on the preambles is coming from the A1 statement.
Yes. Let's leave it. Let's go to the affidavit on page 683. This is Mr. Adams's affidavit on the same day, the 6th of January 2025. Are you able to put it up, Ms. Mutlasen? Same bundle on 683. I think you've seen the document before. Paragraphs 2 and 3. So paragraph 1, Mr. Adams describes himself, Fediel Adams MP. And then in paragraph 2, he says, on or about early October 2024, I received information anonymously surrounding alleged fraud and corruption being perpetrated within crime intelligence. The allegations related to certain high-ranking police officials being involved in manipulating promotional and security vetting processes to unduly benefit a civilian person who worked for BMW South Africa being appointed as a brigadier in South Africa. She apparently has no policing experience and no management experience and was appointed as head of the technical support services. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioner.
So is that where you say the complaint of fraud and corruption comes from?
Yes, sir. That's what I would take from here, that it's an irregular, a person was appointed irregularly
Yes.
to a post.
And what is the fraud and corruption, if I may ask?
Your fraud and your corruption is the unlawful and intentional misrepresentation of certain facts and which it prejudices the state. That's your fraud.
Okay. In this particular case?
In this in this particular matter.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What I'm struggling with is it's just not clear to me whether somebody is saying a fraudulent CV was submitted or somebody who did not comply with the requirements in the advert was appointed. I'm just not clear what fraud and corruption is here. That's where I can see that somebody from outside was appointed and has no management experience.
Yes.
Is that the fraud, or is it something else that is not in this affidavit? What is the fraud and corruption, other than appointing somebody who is from outside as has no policing experience?
So I don't know whether I'll be looking at fraud is fraud. From the affidavit being taken and deriving from person taking the affidavit, allegations related to officials involved in manipulating promotional and vetting processes to unduly benefit somebody. So manipulation the mere, what I grasp out of this, in order to get to this here, something had to be done and misrepresented. You know, that's the way I would see it. I know where Commissioner is going with it. But this has to deal, when you look at it, promotion, manipulation of promotions, how was it manipulated? What was done? Vetting processes, what was done? This person had no policing experience, what was done to cover up? So these are the things I'm taking in to derive where fraud comes in and where corruption comes in. Obviously, from the basis of this affidavit, I will take that now and go and look for further evidence, whether it comes from an analysis or documents or interviewing with persons to fully understand. But when I look at it, something had to be done. Something had to be manipulated. Manipulated, it borders on misrepresentation of something for somebody to believe such. And when you look at the post itself and what is mentioned, I mean, that is the way I look at it, sir. But the person that's taking the affidavit, I can't speak for him.
I think I'm going to leave it here for now. So at some point we'll get to the adverts and the CVs and other things. I just needed to understand the two documents and what the complaint was.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Colonel. You cannot use, because in response to the question by Commissioner Kumalo, you referred to an earlier part, the part that refers to these high-ranking police officials, open quote, being involved in manipulating promotional and security vetting processes to unduly benefit a civilian person. That does not say much. Like if you say manipulating promotional and security vetting processes. That is a conclusion which must necessarily be based on facts.
Yes, sir.
What are the facts? There are none. And then you say to unduly benefit a civilian person. Well, I know you'll say the person benefited is the person who worked for BMW, and that the benefit is the appointment.
Yes, sir.
But what comes first is the manipulation. What are the facts for saying that there was manipulation? I know it's not you saying this,
Yes.
but you, as part of IDEC, are investigating this. And it goes back to what I said earlier, which is you only start investigating if this is a referral, if there is a basis for a reasonable suspicion.
Yes, sir.
So if all you have are conclusions manipulating promotional and security vetting processes, what is the manipulation? What form did it take? There's none of that, not on this. And it's on that basis that I say you have not answered Commissioner Kumalo's question.
Thank you,
Because
Chair.
in attempting to answer it, you refer to this, and this is lacking on facts. There's no factual basis.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to explain it in the best I can. This affidavit, this section 27 comes in, it's referred, and then a preliminary investigation starts. At all given time, this is still an allegation. So when the preliminary investigation starts, you only have this to go on, which, as Commissioner Kumalo says, but look, there's nothing really much here, manipulation.
What I say is, absent a reasonable factual basis, you should not even begin, because that's the basis for the Section 27 referral. You do not even begin. I think when I engaged you earlier, I said, you do not start, if the Section 27 jurisdictional facts are not satisfied, you cannot say, let us commence with an investigation. Who knows, maybe we'll come across something that will show that an offense covered by Section 7(1) capital A has in fact been committed. That's not how it works. You must first establish whether there are, or rather the jurisdictional facts do exist. If they don't, you do not even begin to investigate. That is where Commissioner Kumalo's question lies.
Commissioner, I'm trying to answer it in the best way I know.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to deviate from something.
Yes.
This is how I see it, and what is given to me in the statement on the preliminary investigation, to say, go and look, there's an allegation here that's been made, and where further investigation was conducted in terms of documents and interviewing of witnesses. I hear that there's nothing in here, that this is what is being saying, but there's an allegation made here, a serious allegation being made here, that there is manipulation of processes by high-ranking officers, giving a civilian with no experience and appointing her in a crime intelligence post. So that for me is a flag. Promotion being manipulated, a civilian into a crime intelligence post with no experience. So that for me was the red flag, and I was satisfied. with that.
Colonel, you read when Ms. Sillo asked you to basically set out how the process works.
Yes.
You read a number of sections and you went all the way up to, was it 28?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And as part of that, you even read section 27, which sets out the jurisdictional facts for a referral. And you say this was a referral.
Yes.
Do you know what those jurisdictional facts are in accordance with section 27? Do you or don't you?
According to what is written in 7A, where it says fraud and corruption. So that's
No. I'm talking about the jurisdictional facts in 27 for a referral.
I'm still not catching you.
I'm talking about, okay, let me not talk about jurisdictional facts. Let me say the bases, as in plural, B-A-S-E-S.
Yes.
Do you know the bases upon which a referral may be made in terms of Section 27?
The basis on which the Section 27, it shows out that crimes were committed that falls within the mandate on 711A.
There's an important one. I engaged you on this in the morning. Let's look at it together. Just go there. The reasonable grounds to suspect. Reasonable grounds to suspect. You remember when I engaged you on that this morning?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's an important one. You cannot leave it out. So my question is, if you know those jurisdictional facts or bases,
Yes, sir.
and surely you do.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you have this manipulating promotional and security vetting processes with no explanation whatsoever, and even if you look at this together with the other statement, which is actually, as part of its heading, refers to Section 27 referral, that is Mr. Adams's statement. Even if you look at that, at least insofar as I look at this, I do not see how anybody within IDEC, including you, could have held the view that those jurisdictional facts have been satisfied. On what, as you sit there, on what basis do you say those jurisdictional facts were satisfied?
Commissioner, I'm only going to say that this referral was sent to management who approved the Section 27 referral and then authorized a Section 2813 preliminary investigation. So I take my cue from there when that preliminary investigation is initiated. So I take it from there.
Besides the view that they might have held, as you sit there,
Yes, sir.
did you yourself satisfy yourself that the jurisdictional facts had been satisfied?
So
Let's leave out what they thought. You referred to the section, you quoted it, and even now as I'm engaging you, you appear to know what that section means. As you sit there now,
Yes, sir.
are you telling us that, as at the time, you were satisfied that the jurisdictional facts were satisfied?
So that's why I continued with the investigation. When I was tasked with it, I
Where
continued
you say, I do not know whether that answer says yes or no. Were you satisfied that the jurisdictional facts were satisfied, or were met?
Chair, Colonel, my apologies, and I do apologize for interjecting. Perhaps before Colonel Padiachi responds, and I say this because I had him reference the Section 27 referral. The document Commissioner Kumalo was considering was the A1 statement.
No, that's why I deliberately said. That's why I deliberately said, even if I consider both this, meaning the A1, and the statement which is actually headed Section 27 referral.
Then if
So
the
I'm
Colonel-
including both. It was exactly because I am aware, Mr. Law, that this one was not the referral
No,
itself.
that you are aware, Chair. I have no, it's whether the witness
Yes.
understands
Oh,
where you are.
which
I wanted to make, which one you
Which
are
one I'm
speaking to.
which one I'm referring
So
to?
I don't know if, as you pose
Okay,
the question,
all
we
right.
should call up Section 27
I hear you.
referral, and then he doesn't confuse the two statements.
I hear you. He
Then
may
if-
not have, he may have missed my linking,
Indeed,
my
Chair.
linking of the two.
Yes.
Colonel, in referring to the document on which Commissioner Kumalo was engaging you, I also made specific reference to the document headed Section 20, or rather, as part of its heading, refers to Section 27 referral. You heard me make that connection.
Yes, sir.
Or refer to that document as well.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Now what I'm saying is, as you sit there and bearing in mind, in particular that document, that second document, the one which as part of its heading refers to the Section 27 referral, as you sit there, are you telling us that as at the time, you were of the view that the jurisdictional facts had been satisfied for a Section 27 referral?
I'm going to say yes, Commissioner,
On what basis?
on the basis of the way I interpreted it.
No. This is about the facts presented.
Yes.
This is about the facts presented for purposes of the referral.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you look at those facts in conjunction with what is provided for in Section 27. But on the facts, what is it that made you satisfied that the jurisdictional facts had been met?
It's what was being said there. A person has been appointed in a technical post without qualifications. It's a civilian. For me, that amounts to fraud and corruption that needed to be looked at, to be verified.
At this stage, I will say that's a quantum leap in logic, but I'm sure Ms. Sillo is still going to come to that. It's a quantum leap in logic, because you know that many people get appointed in SAPS without,
Yes.
they cannot even salute, but they are appointed because of their expertise. I'm not necessarily saying Ms. Mukwele had that expertise, but that's what we've been told. And to just say because no experience within SAPS means nothing, and it's on that basis that I say that's quite some quantum leap in logic. But Ms. Sillo, I assume, will deal with it more extensively when the time comes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I was intending to chair, perhaps, and this might be the logical point to deal with it. So then let me introduce the referral affidavit.
Sorry, before you do that, can I?
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
And I'm asking this on the back of how you've answered the chair and say you're satisfied as you sit there that the jurisdictional facts existed for IDEC to take on this matter. It takes me back then to my earlier question, which I said we will reserve for Ms. Johnson when she comes. And my question is this. Section 27 speaks of a specified offense or something like that. It says there must be a specified offense. What is the specified offense that you say you were satisfied is present to trigger your jurisdiction?
My answer to that would be, when I read what is written in the 27 and on this, I draw the inference here, the inference that there is fraud and corruption. That is my answer to it.
27 speaks of a specified offense, and if you remember, I did refer you to Section 1, which defines what is a specified offense, and it defines it by reference to the now deleted Section 7.1. It says specified offense is the offense in 7.1.
Yes.
When you go to 7.1, 7.1 has been deleted. Yes. You sit there now, you say you were satisfied that the jurisdictional requirements were present. Therefore, it must mean you were satisfied that there is a specified offense as defined. Yes. And my question is, what is that specified offense that was previously defined in the deleted Section 7.1 that you found to be present, and as you sit there, you find to be present to have triggered the jurisdiction?
In terms of the 7.1A.
We're not at 7.1A, we are at 7.1. 7.1A doesn't speak to a specified offense. It has nothing to do with a specified offense. 27 is triggered when there's a specified offense. That's
Yes.
what 27 says.
Yes.
Now, the provision that used to list or to explain what is a specified offense is no longer there. And you say now to the chairperson, yes, the jurisdictional fact is present. I was satisfied, I'm still satisfied that it's present. And I say to you, well, it has to be a specified offense. Show us what is the specified offense with reference to both what is alleged in the affidavit, but two, with reference to the act that gives you jurisdiction to investigate this matter.
Yes. Commissioner, I'm going to answer it in this way. When you look at the statutory offences and where I come across corruption, right? With the appointment, manipulation of the process, all of that, the fraud, corruption. Let's put the fraud aside. Let's look at the corruption. So when we look at the 27 and the mandate falling in terms of the statutory offence of PRECA, the appointment is one, is the giving of a gratification, and two, the receiving of a gratification in terms of Section 3A and 3B of PRECA. And that gratification falls in the definitions of gratifications in Section 1 of PRECA. So I'm deriving it from that.
Yes.
That it amounts around gratification.
Let me interrupt you. You say, your testimony is that IDEC gets seized of this matter because of a referral, by virtue of a Section 27 referral. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's been your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Section 27 tells you under what circumstances does a referral get made.
Yes.
It says if you reasonably suspect, if you have reasonable grounds to suspect that there is a specified offense that is committed or that is about to be committed, or an attempt is being made to commit a specified offense. That's an operational word, specified offense. It has to be a specified offense. Now, when you go to 7(1)(a), sub 1 used to contain a specified offense. It's no longer there. And sub 1A doesn't deal with specified offense. Sub 1A has nothing to do with this referral. It tells you it has to be serious, high profile or complex corruption, commercial or financial crime. Sub 2 talks about fraud, those common law offenses. Sub 3 introduces PRECA. You have not testified that you acted in terms of PRECA. You've said, we acted in terms of a referral under Section 27. That's what your testimony is. Yes. That's what gave us jurisdiction. That's what got us started. Yes. And you say you are confident that the requirement in 27 is met. That's why you are able to investigate this. And what I have sought to show you, and I'm happy to leave it at you've given your best answer on this, is that 27 requires for there to be a complaint of a specified offense. There is no definition of specified offense in this Act. So 27 could not be where you drew your authority from. That's what I'm putting to you.
I'm still struggling with it, Commissioner.
All right. Your position is you acted in terms of Section 27, and you say it gave you jurisdiction.
That is it. An approved Section 27 referral, which was approved.
Okay. No, I'm not concerned about the approval. Yes. I'm concerned about your answer to the chairperson that you are satisfied that the requirements that give you jurisdiction to investigate this matter have been satisfied. That's what you said to the chairperson, and that's why I'm having this discussion with you. But I've heard your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Sillo,
Yes, Chair.
I hope I did not encroach too much on the terrain that you are still to
No, not at all, Chair,
Thank
because
you.
they lead into each other. The two statements are inseparable. The issue really is, and which is the next affidavit we're going to go to, we were dealing with the contents of the docket. The docket does not include the referral affidavit. That referral affidavit lies somewhere within IDEC. And it's the one we're going to turn to because now we know it was received and it has been submitted to us. So, but the link is truly appreciated between the two. And it's one we're going to seek to make ourselves. Before we leave this document at 681 and 2, the issue that, let's go to the actual statement at paragraph, the gist of that statement really is at 683 is at paragraph 2, the paragraph that Commissioner Kumalo took you through. It's a very short affidavit, it's 5 paragraphs. So, excluding paragraph 1 and paragraph 5, because paragraph 5 then confirms that the deponent knows the contents of this. The gist of that statement, our A1 is paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. Paragraph 2 is the one that lays out the facts, not the facts, the issues that are raised. Paragraph 3 deals with, I was informed there were severally highly skilled and qualified senior police officers. So that doesn't speak to the complaint. It speaks to sort of the background and says, I'm informed that what happened in 2 happens in circumstances where there are several highly skilled and qualified senior police officers. So it doesn't speak to the complaint. 4 draws a conclusion that this type of conduct severely undermines the rules of the SAPS regarding promotions and vetting of senior managers at SAPS. So, and I interpret that to mean this type of conduct being the conduct referred to in 2, complained of. Do you agree with my interpretation thus far?
No, just didn't catch your last part.
No, I'm saying paragraph 4, which states this type of conduct severely undermines the rules of the SAPS regarding promotions and vetting of the senior managers of SAPS. That is a conclusion that the deponent draws.
Yes.
And the complaint that the conduct he references there is the conduct set out in paragraph 2 that Commissioner Kumalo engaged you on. Do you agree with me? The conduct is the one described in paragraph 2. The manipulation of promotional and security vetting processes. I'm testing my understanding against you, the investigator.
So what you are saying, counsel, is what is said in paragraph 2 and what is said in paragraph 4, that this type of conduct that's mentioned in paragraph 2
Indeed.
undermines the SAPS.
Indeed.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. So I'm saying then that is the end of the A1.
Well, can I test this as well? But, I had read it to include the complainant or the complaint to also include paragraph 3, especially because keep an eye on your charge sheet, that your charge sheet refers to a specific general that should have been included and was not included. So my reading of this is wider than Ms. Sillo's, is 2 and 3 are the conduct that is being complained about. 3 being that severally highly skilled and qualified police officers were overlooked by CI management. That is part of the complaint.
Yes.
So it's not just manipulation. It is that certain people were overlooked.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. It's broader than I interpreted. I accept 3. Even that, but then that is the totality of the A1 the content of A1 statement. Okay.
Thank you.
This then leads us to the referral, because we must then see what was in the referral affidavit that provided the grounds for investigation by IDEC, correct? Because that's where we would see compliance with the requirements of Section 27. Would you agree? The Section 27 referral affidavit must comply with the requirements that the commissioners took you through in Section 27.
Yes.
Okay. That would be CJC 373, that's file 2. File 2 at page 512. Page 512, file 2.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to come back to that here.
Now that document is headed referral to IDEC for investigation in terms of Section 27 of the NPA Act, capture of the Crime Intelligence Division by senior police officers. For the record, and you confirmed earlier, this document does not form part of the docket that we have just cast a glance on, correct? It doesn't?
No, it's not in my docket.
Yes. And for the record, the Commission requested this affidavit from IDEC separately, and it was provided separately.
That's correct,
So,
Commissioner.
they stand separately. Let's look at this document then. It's longer than your A1, running into about 5 pages. I think you are very familiar with its content. It's fair to say.
More or less, yes.
My summary of what is set out here, without necessarily working through every paragraph, is that at paragraph 1, it simply refers to the 3 cases opened at the Cape Town police station and provides case numbers. You see that?
I see it.
And then the deponent says after these cases were opened, he was then informed that they were taken from the Cape Town police station to the office of the Provincial Commissioner, Western Cape. Then he expresses a view that he doesn't trust the Provincial Commissioner General particularly, so that's just background information. At paragraph 2, that's when, as I read, the author engages with the real issues that would address the requirements of Section 27. And I interpret that, in summary, to be an allegation that General Kumalo and the other persons listed there, including Generals Shulushaba and Madondo and other senior crime intelligence officers, are busy with the systematic capture of crime intelligence division. So that's one suspicion. The next suspicion is at paragraph 4, and it is expressed thus: I suspect that General Kumalo and some of the other senior officers in crime intelligence, including Madondo and Lushaba, were manipulating procurement processes and processes to appoint and promote certain members to higher strategic positions within crime intelligence. Then says, makes reference to the civilian who was working at BMW. Then, towards the bottom of that paragraph, expresses a view on this alleged conduct, which he says is the worst one of the lot of highly questionable appointments. The bottom of that paragraph then indicates the appointments at the various offices in the country must be investigated. So his second suspicion is the manipulation of procurement processes and processes to appoint and promote. The next one is at paragraph 7, and I'll skip paragraph 6 for the moment. Paragraph 7, that's where he expresses his third suspicion, which is that General Kumalo, Lushaba, and Madondo, and many of those who they have appointed, are actively siphoning money from the secret fund accounts in the country. Then he expresses his understanding. Now, what this affidavit tells the reader is what the author suspects. And you recall when you looked at Section 27, Section 27 has got 3 requirements: that the nature of the suspicion must be stated, which I believe it does. The Section 27 then must state the grounds on which the suspicion is based. On my reading of this Section 27 referral affidavit, I don't see the grounds on which any of the 3 suspicions is based. Am I misreading it, perhaps?
In the referral.
In the referral affidavit, where are the grounds of the suspicions expressed by the author? Because Section 27 said that affidavit must contain the grounds.
The only inference that I can draw from here, and be mindful again of this Section 27. Section 27 is not dealt with me, but dealt at management level.
Okay.
I only get to deal with it at the tail end when the preliminary investigation is authorized. But be that as it may, I will respond as such that reasonable grounds, looking at the referral, there's allegations and serious allegations been made. And these allegations, have to be tested to see but it's serious enough It deals with crime intelligence. Crime intelligence is responsible for the national security of the country. And for me, that day is something that's very important. So myself, as an investigator down here that does criminal investigations, this is how I will approach it. The Section 27 referral says one thing, but myself as an investigating officer, let's not look at 27. Let's just look at this that has come to me. I will take this here and investigate it in a preliminary way to establish if what he is saying, if there is substance to it. So that is from my side. But like I said, I don't deal with the Section 27 referral. I'm the investigating officer here at the tail end that receives the authorization. I'm authorized there to be involved in the investigation. I look at the allegations, go out and see whether what is said here is true or not true. They are serious allegations.
So
That's from my
then,
point.
if I understand you correctly, you depart from the premise that once you are authorized, whoever granted you the authority has satisfied themselves that the referral affidavit itself complies with Section 27.
Exactly, Commissioner.
Yes.
Exactly, Chairperson.
When you say it's management that makes the decision, who is that? Who is management?
Commissioner?
You say management makes the decision that this must be investigated. It's not you that makes the decision.
Yes.
It's management, so they have satisfied themselves. Who is management? that
Management
makes
will be
that
the
decision?
head of the office and her management on that level, like your committee or your management, which looks at. But it's the head of office together with her management
Okay.
that makes the decisions. These belong in the IDAC space. It gets sent. It gets authorized. It gets sent down to us on the ground level, and we take it from there.
Okay, but the main person in that committee is Ms. Johnson.
It's the
Would
head
be
of
Ms.
office.
Johnson.
Final decision lays with the head of office.
Thank you.
Thank you. But I guess, let me just test. The Section 27 referral affidavit does come to your attention, though, once you are authorized.
The Section 27 referral, I don't see it.
Oh, you don't get to see it?
I don't see it. As I said, and to go back, my end where I come in is the designation 2813 that comes up to say, I am now appointed on this preliminary investigation.
So,
The invest-
oh, sorry, my apologies.
So the chief criminal investigator, whom we report to, who's responsible for us in that investigation, has the puzzle of what this whole allegation investigation about. He briefs us, and we follow his directives from there to go out and search for evidence, take witness statements. So what I'm saying to you, we at the middle ground, we are the work soldiers out there. Management makes a decision, authorizes it, it comes down, we comply.
Understood. So it wouldn't serve much purpose to interrogate the contents of this affidavit with you because it doesn't come to your attention. When did you first become aware of the referral affidavit and its contents?
I think it was during the start of the investigation it was mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah, it was mentioned that there was a referral and on a number of aspects of corruption within crime intelligence. And that's about it.
Okay.
But
I find it hard to believe that you would not have sight of that referral affidavit. I find that very hard to believe. I mean, that's what is actually going to kickstart your investigation as an investigator. Why would that be withheld from you? It just does not make sense. No, I find it hard to believe that. Because when you are asked to investigate, that's exactly what you should be given. What's this person complaining about so that I can then start my investigation? I find it very hard to believe what you're saying. So you are required to rely on what you are told by word of mouth, by your seniors who saw or who had sight of this referral affidavit. Why not just give you that affidavit for you to see for yourself what the complaint is about? No. I find that very hard to believe, Colonel.
Can I respond to
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. As I explained in my evidence in chief, is that the Section 27 referral, I had no insight into it. I heard about the 27 and the allegations. My chief criminal investigator, the chief criminal investigator who I report to, who sits with management, he has the more intricate knowledge that comes down to us as investigators, and we are briefed.
And chooses to tell you by word of mouth what the complaint was about instead of simply giving you that. I understand she or he may speak to the document if they want to when they are briefing you, but why not just give you that document?
So I cannot answer that question.
You accept, do you accept that it doesn't make sense for you not to be given that document? Simply doesn't.
Let me just say it this way.
Do you accept that it does not make sense for you not to be given that document?
No, Commissioner.
Okay, tell me.
What I'm responding to factually, and this is factually, the chief criminal investigator was responsible for us.
I'm not talking about this instance now. I'm talking generally. Does it make sense for the investigator not to be given the Section 27 referral affidavit? Does that make sense? In general terms now.
In general terms, on hindsight, now that you're bringing it, and I would say moreover, Commissioner, and this is the truth.
Does it make sense or not to be given the Section 27 referral affidavit? Does it make sense? That is for an investigator, any investigator, does it make sense?
Commissioner,
I hope you understand where I'm coming from. I hope you understand where I'm saying. Saying, based on what you tell us, the chief investigator tells you orally what happened, what the referral is about, and you are then required to investigate. What I'm saying is, even if they are very good at relaying information that they have come across, the bottom line is the best source is the document that they relied on in briefing you. So what I'm saying is, does it make sense for you not to be given that source document? Does it make sense?
Commissioner, it does not make sense, but I have to be truthful to the Commission and answer for that particular time. At that time, I did not request it, I did not ask for it, but as you say, it does not make sense. And at this point in time, I am saying, yes, sir, it does not make sense.
That's all.
At that moment in time, we are being briefed, and from the operational side, you're listening, is your chief, you preparing yourself for your investigation. But what you are saying did not make sense. Sitting here now, I can say, yes, it does not make sense.
That's all I wanted. It just doesn't. I mean, looking at everything objectively, it simply doesn't make sense. Which is why when I started engaging you, I said, I find it very hard to believe that you would not have had sight of that document. You insist that you did not.
No, I did not have sight of it initially, sir.
Thank you.
I did have sight of it after, and I was the one that had given counsel a copy of the Section 27. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I go ahead first? Just to follow up, Colonel, you would have seen now the Section 27 affidavit. It makes several allegations. Some of them are siphoning funds from the secret accounts in the country. Some of them are secret funds being given to certain ministers. Some of them are, so there's a lot of them. And then there's this one that deals with the appointment of an outsider to the position of brigadier. Now, when your chief investigator or management were giving you a task, what did they say you must investigate? Did they say, ignore all the other allegations in the Section 27 affidavit, focus only on this one? I'm asking you that because the January 2025 affidavit and that cover sheet that we looked at on page 680 only deals with the appointment of the brigadier. What became of all the other allegations that are in the Section 27?
Commissioner, as I said, and initially when I spoke about myself in a team with investigation. There are several investigations. Two of them I have, which are in court. There's another investigation that was finalized, and there are other investigations that are still being investigated and to be finalized. Those are the other aspects. To name them was the appointments, the incident of the Lushaba matter, there's the properties, there's the Secret Service Fund, there's a whole lot of other investigations that are currently taking place. So therefore, when I did appear in court, I mentioned it, that we are currently busy with other investigations, which includes the accused before court, as well as other members in other offences that have been committed within that sector. So within that section 27, it's not just one matter that you have there. It's several different ones.
Sorry, what are the several ones? Can you just
Several ones where he touches on the Secret Service Fund.
No, he's not alleging any facts. He says, I suspect this is what
Yes.
you want to do. You can't speak of it as if it's an allegation of facts. So you say, out of this section 27, we are investigating other matters, and I'm inviting you to point out in this section 27 affidavit, what are these other facts that have been alleged that make you investigate these other matters?
Thank you, Commissioner. The other investigations on that were the mention of the Secret Service account.
Okay, let's go to the paragraph that you say is the basis for you investigating this, which you describe as investigation of the Secret Service account. Just take us to the paragraph in the section 27, now that you've seen it. You say you didn't know about it, or you hadn't seen it then. Now that you have seen it, take us to the paragraph that finds that investigation into the Secret Service account.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me just go back before I come to the paragraph 7. When the briefing from the chief criminal investigator to us as investigators came, these things were mentioned about the Secret Service Fund, the appointments, etc. To point out now, on the section 27 referral, if we go to paragraph 7, my suspicion is that General Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo, and many of those who have been appointed are actively siphoning money from the Secret Service Fund in the country.
Yes. What about it? What about that paragraph?
It's an allegation that's made, but the Secret Service
It's a
Fund...
suspicion. It's not an allegation. It's a suspicion. He says,
yes, Commissioner.
My suspicion is this is what they're doing. He's not alleging any facts. In fact, he's not saying, I allege that they are siphoning money. He says, I suspect they are doing that.
Yes.
How does that paragraph create a basis for you to now investigate the Secret Service Fund? That paragraph 7 as it stands. That's a very low threshold. You remember earlier you were discussing with the chairperson about the threshold that triggers your investigation. It has to be there has to be a reasonable suspicion, reasonable basis. All he says is my suspicion is they're siphoning funds. He doesn't say why. Where does that suspicion come from? He doesn't say that. Why do you say this is the basis to investigate the Secret Service Fund?
Commissioner, I'm finding it hard to explain it in a way that I understand it, and taking it from the document and my understanding of crime intelligence too as well. The Secret Service Fund is open out there for many years, for more than 3 decades.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you because my question has nothing to do with the historical operations of the Secret Service Fund, and I'm quite mindful that we've probably strayed from where Ms. Sillo's roadmap leads her. So I'm just going to make the comment now, and we can always come back to the discussion. You say this Section 27 affidavit is the basis for you conducting all the many other investigations, remember, beyond the employment issue. Remember, Commissioner Kumalo says
Yes.
the complaint is the employment,
Yes.
appointment, but you seem to have investigated. What about the other issues that are raised in this affidavit, the suspicions? You
Yes.
say, well, we are conducting many investigations, and I even went to court and told the court that we are investigating many other cases. And I say, show us in this Section 27, insofar as you are relying on it, show us which paragraph makes an allegation which finds a reasonable suspicion that funds are being siphoned by these particular people that are named, Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo, and many of those who have been appointed. And I say, what facts is this man alleging to support his suspicion? And I'm worried that IDEC acts just on an expression of suspicion. Then you must have a very big caseload if your threshold is that low.
Commissioner,
Yes.
as I said, I didn't have insight into the Section 27 referral at the time of the briefing. When we conducted once we started with the preliminary investigation, we subpoenaed documents. On the basis of documents that were received, there was investigations done where the Secret Service Fund came into the frame of it, which gave us a basis to say we need to look at this whilst we're busy with this investigation.
Okay. Lastly, so the documents that you are referring to, based on the investigation documents, they actually showed you that Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo are involved in siphoning funds.
No,
Does it go that far?
The documents didn't show and point to Kumalo or Madondo or what. The documents showed that there were possibilities of money being utilized unlawfully from the Secret Service Fund,
Okay.
money being siphoned. So that investigation, we're still busy with it, but there are allegations there.
All right, thank you.
That's the only way I could explain it on that day. Thank you, ma'am.
I do apologize, Ms. Sil.
Can you maybe complete this picture? Did you, as investigating officer, obtain affidavits from Mr. Adams in relation to all these complaints that are mentioned in the Section 27? I'm asking that because there's a January 2025 affidavit that sets out at least the conclusions in relation to the appointment of the brigadier.
Yes.
But the complaints in the Section 27 affidavit, there were many. In fact, in paragraph 9 of that complaint, Mr. Adams says, I therefore request the IDEC to investigate these cases. So all of these cases that he has mentioned, and he's prepared to cooperate fully in the investigations and to explain. So were affidavits obtained in respect of all the cases that he mentioned in his Section 27?
That is correct. There's not one affidavit of Mr. Adams, Chair, Commissioner. There's
So
not
the
one.
only affidavit, sorry to interrupt you, the only affidavit is the one dealing with the appointment of the
Appointment
brigadier.
one. So there are other affidavits in the other dockets and investigations that are dealing with that separately. So I hope I came across that.
I think because we spoke over each other, and I apologize for that, for the purposes of the transcript getting you correctly, can you just repeat
Thank
that?
you.
I apologize that we
Thank you.
spoke over each other.
But there's clarity now, Chair, that there's not one Mr. Adams A1. There's the A1 for the Mukwele investigation. There's an A1 for the Lushaba investigation and the other investigations. Remember, Commissioner, there were dockets that were opened, the ones I mentioned initially, where there were affidavits in there that were very flimsy, didn't have much content on it. So it had to be taken, looked at, investigated, and then affidavits obtained. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
I do not, and I hope I'm speaking for my co-commissioners here, you should not leave that witness stand under the impression that we are suggesting that the alleged offenses were not committed. We do not know that.
Yes, sir.
Our concern is about process and whether the investigation pursuant to a referral was properly grounded.
Yes.
That is what we are engaging you on. Whether or not the offenses were actually committed is not what we are engaging you. Not at this stage.
I understand, Chair, and if I could get and ask to pardon me, and maybe I must apologize. I know that you want to know the procedure in it, but I am a participant in these investigations, actively involved with the picture and the scenario. And as I spoke to Council yesterday, I'm also protective over my investigations because I need to complete it. And I'm having challenges and problems at the moment because crime intelligence is not an easy environment. And there are a couple of my witnesses who are no longer taking my calls. So that goes for me to start from scratch again to try and get what I want to get and to prove the case. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps lastly at this stage, not lastly for the day, lastly at this stage, let me engage you on something I understood you to be saying in response to a question by Ms. Sillo. You seemed to say once you have received something coming from, let me just loosely say, the top, you just go ahead and investigate and you do not question that. A functionary at your level who investigates and whose investigations may have serious implications for an individual surely cannot act like something automated, and as opposed to a warm-blooded individual. Let me give this example, or let me posit this. There may be instances where, to anybody, something that comes from the top is patently unfounded, patently has no factual basis whatsoever. Are you telling us that even in such instances, you just go ahead and investigate and not raise your concerns with those above you about the fact that this is patently unfounded? Are you saying you just act like a robot and go ahead and investigate and not even engage them? As what would become of that engagement is something else altogether. But I'm asking you just about not engaging whatsoever. Is that what you are telling us?
No, sir.
What then are you saying?
What I'm saying there, if
And
I don't,
try to link that with the response you gave to Ms. Sillo then.
yes, sir. I hear on the response that I've given. From what I heard from my chief criminal investigator and the briefing that he's done, I didn't have any concerns.
You see, I understood you to be saying, once I get something from the top, then I investigate. And I understood that to mean that that is how you operate generally. That is how I understood you.
If there is
Correct me if I misheard you.
I will, sir. If there is something that comes from top management, even if it's from the chief criminal investigator, irrespective whether it's chief investigator or who, my point comes that I come from a veteran stage of many years in the service. If there's something that I do not agree with an investigation, and I find that it is unlawful, or that there's something wrong here, and that there is an agenda, then I will refuse.
It doesn't even have to go to an agenda.
Yes.
Just at the level of it totally being unfounded factually.
Yes.
But of course, you may add that if you want to. I didn't even get there. It's totally unfounded. Please continue.
If it's totally unfounded, I will mention that it's totally unfounded. And if they insist on it, I will step away and refuse to be further involved in it. That is just it.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Silva.
Thank you, Chair. You recall, as we were working through that affidavit, I said there's a paragraph I jumped. I would like to go back to that paragraph. It's paragraph 6. And you did indicate that the referral affidavit goes to, I think you called it a case committee? What's a case committee? I think it's about the third committee you now mention, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep track.
Yeah, case intake committee. That is the head of office.
Please say that again. Case?
Case intake committee.
Okay. Oh, it's the intake
Yes.
one. Okay.
So that is the head of office with her management or
Okay.
whoever now comes in, whether you call them advisory or whatever.
I'm
That's it.
clarified. So when we had spoken about intake committee, I wasn't sure if it's the same. So
Yes.
it's the same committee, all right. But as the chair indicated to you, you must have seen the content, you must have seen this affidavit and read it for yourself at some point. And
No, I didn't hear you there.
you never did.
No, I didn't hear your question.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that you must, at some point, after your authorization, you must have been given access to this affidavit and read it for yourself. And I'm saying so because you said you've started other investigations already and they are underway based on the same referral.
Yes.
That's-
Yes, and those other investigations will fall under the ambit of Chief Investigator Perumal, who's
Yes.
responsible for that broader investigation with the different investigating officers.
So how does it work? Remember, we are looking at the Mokwele appointment docket. You indicated that other investigations have started. And Commissioner Kumalo took you to the suspicion set out at paragraph 7 regarding the siphoning of money from the secret fund account. That you said that is underway.
Just repeat that last part you said?
You said that investigation is underway.
Yes, that investigation, it isn't really on the way, all right? But it's been activated, but there's been no movement into getting to the broader part of it where to start the real investigation into that because of the matters that we were charged with and the way the flow processes went. Chair, with respect, Commissioners, we had a plan of action into what we were going to do with our investigations. So we started with the Lushaba matter, first case matter. And then there was going to be a short break, and then we go with the second matter, which is the Mokwele matter. And after that will be a short break, and then we would have went on to the Madondo matter, and then followed through with the others. So if, for example, if there was what we've done is that we respected that there was going to be a commission of inquiry or the commission of inquiry, the commission and the ad hoc committee. That, with respect, we step back because of the allegations and everything. We step back. So those investigations and that were supposed to still go on and follow, which would have taken us to the bigger picture of what is being said about the capture of crime intelligence and everything else, would have come up probably by the fourth matter. It would have shown the picture where it would have shown that this is not an HR process. This is an appointment for a purpose together with other appointments in strategic places. So, but that is the broader one which we will get to. So I just wanted to just explain that. Thank you.
Okay, you reference our workflow, quote unquote. You said our workflow, if I understood you, to indicate that it's broken down into different investigations.
Yes.
So that workflow I propose to you can only be dictated to by this affidavit. It's this affidavit that tells you what the suspicions raised are. And it's even just suspicions. So either in determining with your chief investigator the workflow and the various investigations that must take place, In that process, I still maintain that he would have shared this affidavit to give you insight into what the suspicions are and why you are having the investigations. Otherwise, then it's a team that's just flying blind. You are told about the Mukwele appointment. You don't see, and you are given that very terse A1 statement, which speaks only to that appointment. But somewhere there is a workflow that looks at various investigations, the detail of which you, as part of that team, do not know because you haven't seen the Section 27 affidavit from where they come. It's challenging to wrap my mind around your work process and how you even conclude today, as you sit there, that those various investigations would culminate in demonstrating capture of crime intelligence. How do you even get there?
Commissioner, Chair, Commissioner, Council. It may appear unstructured. It may appear that it looks all over the show, but that is not the case.
Then please
And
take
I'm
us
going to
into
try
your confidence.
and put the picture out
Yes.
to you. All the criminal investigators that are charged with this, let's call it the crime intelligence matter, there is a briefing on the investigation. There are some that are involved in the investigation themselves and the others that assist. So you have the allegations on the different matters that are there. So the first one you had was, I was almost going to say something else, but let's just say the Lushaba matter. That's put out. Then second scenario is the Mukwele matter. And then you have the Madondo matter. I'm not going to say about the fourth one because that is still in the oven. So we are briefed on this. But as you progress from the one investigation, the others are coming out to the fore. When you are interviewing your witnesses are from crime intelligence. They are from the crime scenes. They talk to you on this matter, but they're also telling you something on that matter, and some of these matters are interlinked. So that is how you come to know about that and that and that, if I can explain that more clearly. So it does not seem that, you know what, we just walk in there and we're all over the show. No, it is systematic. So when the chief criminal investigator does his briefing, we listen to what he has to say, we ask questions or whatever, we get our taskings, and then we go out and do what we have to do, which is then the prosecution now guides to as well into what we should actually, we get the evidence, they look at it, what further and stuff like that. Thank you, Chair.
Now, would it be fair then to conclude that for the commissioners to understand your workflow processes and using this Section 27 referral as an example, the person to really speak to is chief investigator? That's the person that the commission should really engage with, because you are responsible for but one leg of the bigger picture.
Yes.
Is that what you are suggesting? That perhaps we should turn to the chief investigator to get better insight?
Yes, I agree, Chair. The chief investigator of the team who's responsible for the whole investigation will be in a better position with regards to that and the 27.
Now, okay, we shall do so, definitely. You refer to the Lushaba matter, so clearly you have some knowledge of it, and I don't want to ask whether you are involved in the investigation or not. No, I'm not going there. But you have referenced it quite a few times, so you are aware of the Lushaba matter.
Yes.
Okay. I want to refer you to paragraph 6 of this referral affidavit, because I had a bit of a challenge working my way through it. If we start at paragraph 4, you recall we agreed that paragraph 4 speaks of manipulation of procurement processes and processes to appoint and promote. That's what paragraph 4 is dedicated to at page 513. Correct? Then I turn over at 514 paragraph 5. That then introduces Minister Cele and the appointment of General Kumalo himself. And there's an issue, a question, no, not an issue being raised, that he was appointed without an interview process and without having worked as a senior police manager in crime intelligence. So that's another separate, distinct issue. Then I get to 6.
Yes.
Okay, I get to, I forgot.
Sorry, I
The
nodded.
transcript doesn't see a nod.
My answer to that would be yes.
Yes, thanks. Then I get to 6. And now that's where that appears to be what I would call, quote unquote, the Lushaba matter. That's what paragraph 6 speaks to.
Paragraph 6,
Yeah.
yes.
But paragraph 6, then remember what we have just been discussing and what precedes paragraph 6. Paragraph 6 starts with the following words. The cover-up of the incident alleged took place at General Lushaba House, where his state property was stolen, is also concerning. What cover-up, do you know, and of what incident? Because it says the incident, not an incident. So clearly there was an incident that the author assumes the reader knows, but has not referred to up until paragraph 5. So it says there is a cover-up of the incident. Okay, are you able to
Yes.
shed some light on that? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. I think the Lushaba matter is the matter that stands out, where a cover-up is very clear in the matter. In this particular matter, case was opened in August 2022. In this matter, a lady was taken home by General Lushaba.
No,
that he met.
that's fine if I may. I
Yes,
apologize.
but,
I don't want the details of the Lushaba matter. I'm looking at the Section 27 affidavit, which is the trigger for
Yes.
your investigation.
Yes.
So those are the facts I take you subsequently established.
Yes.
But now, on the 21st of November, as this affidavit is submitted, all the affidavit tells you is about their cover-up of their incident, allegedly concerning General Lushaba at his house. What is it talking about, as it tells you here? Regard being had to what precedes paragraph 6.
If I'm trying to understand you, what cover-up? Is that what you want?
And yes, because I would
What
expect...
cover-up and who covered up?
No, I would expect, when at paragraph 6 it says the cover-up of the incident, I would expect to go back into the affidavit to firstly establish what incident this is, and then to understand where is the cover-up. So on the reading of this affidavit, paragraphs 1 to 5 are completely divorced from what is referred to at paragraph 6. It's almost like a chunk is missing from the affidavit. And I want to understand, what do you understand by the cover-up of the incident? And this is in the referral affidavit. Without the benefit of investigating yourselves to even establish whether there was an incident concerning General Lushaba at all, before it's even covered up.
So, and please do not misunderstand the question. The question is not asking you to state what the cover-up was, and also the cover-up, house, where the property. It is more when you read this. When you read this, what do you understand the cover-up and the incident? What do you understand those to be as you read this? Would you, looking at this, know what the affidavit was talking about? I think that's how I understand the question. So Ms. Silo is not asking you to tell us what the cover-up and the incident in fact were. That's not the question. As you read this, what would you understand the cover-up and the incident to be without any substantiation? It just comes out of the blue like that.
Yes, sir. This is on the 27th.
Now, please respond to the question.
When I read this paragraph, it states that an incident took place at Lushaba's house. And
It's quite important to look at the article. The article is the, it's not a cover-up. and it's the incident, it's not an incident. You are saying an incident. That's not what this is saying. So
that cover-up.
the articles there, the and the second the, those are quite important.
I'm still struggling a bit. Maybe just assist me with more clarity on it.
No, please read at your pace and see if you can assist us.
What I take from what is here is that it was an incident that was covered up with regards to what actually happened at Lushaba's house. That's what I take from here. So, and my understanding of it was this, that there was classified items that were stolen from his house.
You don't. Let's see.
That's not in the paragraph.
Sorry, Mr. Lo, please.
No, Chair, I agree with you. That's not in the paragraph. You see, you are taking information you subsequently learned and you are reading it into the paragraph.
Well, apologies, Commissioner. It's because I'm involved in the investigation that these things come out naturally. So my apologies, and I'm trying to restrain myself on it. But
that's exactly where the problem lies. That's where the problem lies, because you must look at this and read it in conjunction with the provisions of Section 27 to see if the requirements for a referral have been satisfied. Now you see, you read reference to the cover-up and the incident. You are coming in cold.
yes,
You
I
have no
understand you now.
idea what the writer is talking about. And what you appear to have done is then to dig and get to what you then considered to be the cover-up and the incident. That's not how you should do it.
Yes,
you must understand from the statement what exactly is meant. Is there enough in the statement or the affidavit? Section 27 requires an affidavit. Is there enough in the affidavit to satisfy those requirements? The statement can't just talk about a cover-up and an incident. What on earth are those? Sorry, Ms. Solo.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may just add to what the Chair says, because the concern is, and I'm sure you'll appreciate, what you end up doing in your investigations is highly invasive. So you would like to be satisfied that you have the sufficient grounds to be that invasive and start investigating individuals. Wouldn't that be fair? So if the statement doesn't give you a basis, one would expect a level of restraint before you start using your power to investigate people. Or am I being too rigid in my approach?
Colonel, can I say something? When we are asking you questions, assume that we are looking at 2.1 in the summons, and what we are trying to establish is whether IDEC operates outside of its mandate in terms of the prescribed legal prescripts, namely Section 7(1)(a) of the NPA Act. So our engagement is aimed at establishing that. That's why we are looking at the affidavit as it stands, and we are saying, would IDEC, looking at the affidavit, without the subsequent knowledge of the facts that you came to learn about a year later,
yes, sir,
look at that affidavit and say, it complies with Section 27, I have jurisdiction to continue the investigation. So you don't have to look at what did you subsequently learn. You are simply looking at what does the affidavit say. Looking only at what it says, are we in the Section 27 territory?
Yes, sir. Now, I look at it, I'm looking at it now, and the paragraph 6, when you look at it in terms of what crimes were committed in terms of the relevant mandate, you cannot just extract it from this affidavit just like that. because it talks about a cover-up, right, and theft of property. So when looking at the paragraph, you cannot say that what's required in terms of 71A is in this just by looking at it like as it is. That, yes, that's the way I.
That's really the point.
Yes.
Isn't that true for paragraph 5 and 7 as well?
When I look at paragraph 5, Commissioner, I will have a different view by reading it, and the view that I would have here, that it does conform to that, because it touches on corruption. So, but it's different from 6, where it's talking about a cover-up and theft, but whereas 5 speaks to corruption. And
Yes. Well, 5, I would suggest the operative part of it is it's a suspicion. He's in paragraph 5, Mr. Adams says, I suspect that some of the funds are being given to Minister Cele. Are you saying that meets the threshold that triggers your investigation? He's made sufficient allegations to trigger your Section 27 powers? Or in fact, 71A powers. He says it's a suspicion. He doesn't say what is the basis for the suspicion.
Yeah, I think from the word suspect, suspicion, it does hang in there, in terms of bordering on that, because you need more information substantiated, and that. It's just saying I suspect.
Yes.
So when you're viewing it in terms of, okay, does it form to the 71A, it can be seen differently.
Yes.
But as I indicated, Commissioner, with regards to myself, I didn't view the Section 27 referral. So I'm sitting in the middle end where I already went out.
Yeah. I accept that you didn't make the decision to take this case in. And those who did will come and explain. I think that all I was pointing out is in the light of your concession about paragraph 6, whether you are prepared to make the same concession in respect of 5, just looking at 5 as it stands. It says, yes. I suspect crime intelligence money is being given to former Minister Cele, and that's all that he says.
Yes.
And then again in paragraph 7, he says, I suspect that money is being siphoned by the 3 that he has named and many others from the secret fund. So the point really that I was checking with you is just on the face of these paragraphs, forget what you say you've investigated and you now know, just on the face of this, that does not, are you prepared to accept that it doesn't seem to meet the requirement of what Section 27 contemplates, which is there has to be a reasonable suspicion?
All that I can say, it's a reasonable suspicion, and it's hard for me to comment more on paragraph 5, 6, and 7. I can form my own opinion, but I do not want to form the opinion for management. I would prefer management come and explain than rather myself explaining something.
Okay, thank you.
I will interpret differently.
I will not leave it there.
Thank you, Chair.
You see the paragraph in front of you.
Yes.
Can you comment on it? Does what's stated there meet the requirements of Section 27?
Yes. So
you apply this section. You work. That's what gives you the powers to act, to investigate. As you read that section, regardless of who took the decision, does it meet the requirements of Section 27?
So when I look at it and I see the word suspect, I suspect cover-up. It is just my opinion that when I look at it in comparison with what Section 1A said, it's my opinion that these words doesn't give much.
You see the problem with your approach, and you've done this a good few times. The problem with your approach is that you seem to believe that once an allegation has been made, then the Section 27 requirements have been met. Just because Mr. Adams says he suspects without substantiating, then for you that's sufficient.
Yes.
How can that be?
Commissioner, maybe it is such that I see the allegation and I interpret it like that, and I've given the explanation as to why, but that's why
The only explanation you give is that in there, a point is made that Mr. Adams suspects.
yes.
And he suspects without substantiating. So my point is, it seems to me that once an allegation has been made to you, the requirements of Section 27 have been met, and surely that cannot be.
No, that cannot be, Chair. That I understand.
So again, I will ask you again, have a look at paragraph 5 and tell me, as you read it, whether you are of the view, the firm view, that the requirements of Section 27 have been met.
Commissioner, when I look at paragraph 5 and 6 and the requirements,
I'm asking you about 5 only. That's the last thing Commissioner Badoy was
Yes.
engaging you on.
when I look at paragraph 5, because of the words used, and looking at the act, I can say that
Bearing in mind that there's no substantiation at all.
Sorry, sir.
Bearing in mind that there's no substantiation, the suspicion that Mr. Adams is expressing has not been substantiated.
Yes, sir.
Bearing that in mind, are you saying that the requirements of Section 27 have been satisfied?
No, sir. That's my answer.
Now, you also seem to, my sense is that you believe that because, as you allege, you did not have sight of this referral affidavit, that makes your position or your situation better. I take the view that it actually makes your position worse. How could you go ahead with an investigation without even check for yourself that there was a well-grounded referral? How could you do that? Bearing in mind, as you said when I engaged you earlier, that there may be instances where you may have to query the instruction that you should investigate. So your position actually gets worse if you go ahead with an investigation without having seen the referral affidavit. It doesn't get better. Do you agree with me?
I take what you say, Chair, and I understand what you say.
Do you agree with me?
I would agree with you, Chair.
And why would you not have insisted to see the referral affidavit here?
That's why I was continuing on what I was saying, Chair.
Yes.
Were you mentioning it now that, by not seeing the referral and what the fact that I didn't see the referral, if there was something else there, that I actually put myself in a bad position. I am saying at that moment in time when the briefing was done with regards to the investigation, I did not think or it come to my attention, hey, but where is the referral? That is not the way I worked at that moment in time.
But exactly for the point that I have made, which you agree with, which is that the referral may well not be properly grounded, and for that reason, you may be entitled to take issue with it. Why did you not insist on getting the referral affidavit here?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you highlighted something very important. And moving forward on that, there's no other answer I can give to say that with regards to future investigations, and as highlighted and pointed out by the Commission, if there is such investigations again, I would request a copy of the referral. And that's what I will do moving forward. But to go back at that moment in time, in that space of time, there and then, it does not cross my mind. I'm an investigator there working with my chief. I take it, for me, what he is saying is that if I look at it, yes, everything's fine, and we proceed. So that's what I'm saying there. And I cannot put any other words and try and sail around it, except to say that moving forward, you have pointed out and highlighted something that I should satisfy myself, say, let me get the Section 27 referral, let me have a look at this. Another point is that because the Section 27 referral and the manner in which these cases were highlighted in the media before the Commission, and I listened to this, I've taken lessons from that to say this is what I would implement with myself going forward with these matters. So that being said, and that is what I appreciate, Commissioner. There's nothing more I can say about that. Thank you, Commissioner.
And I assume that any colleague of yours who were to come here and say that you actually did have sight of the referral affidavit would be lying. From what you've said, that would be your response. But if there were to be such a person, their story would be more probable than yours on this. It just, as I said earlier, I find it hard to believe that you would not have had sight of this document. So if there were to be someone who says, no, we actually gave Colonel Padiachi that document, it would be easier for one to believe that story than your story. But of course, I'm not deciding the issue now. I'm just saying it would be much, much easier to believe that. I said it up front that it's hard to believe what you are telling us. Do you want to comment? Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I will comment, Commissioner.
Yes. I'm not saying there will be such a person. Only the evidence leaders know whether that will be so or not. I see. I see Ms. Sillo. I think I saw her shaking her head. Maybe nobody will contradict
No,
you.
Chair. I will neither confirm or deny that there will be such a witness.
Please respond to my comment.
I say this and respond, Commissioner, and I want to be honest. I'm under oath.
Yes.
And I have been affected by a lot of things that's been said in the media.
Yes.
It does hurt when I know the truth, because I am there, and other people speculate about it. And coming from the environment and knowing what it is, and which is facts, we got to ask ourselves, in the search for truth, do we find the truth? I have served for 44 years. I have come back to assist to fight corruption. But it has shown that this is a serious challenge. But people want to know the truth, so there will be uncomfortable moments. So, to respond to your question, with regard to somebody comes here and says, no, but I gave Brian Padiachi that Section 23. I say to you that I'm under oath that I never received that Section 27 referral until a couple of months ago, when it became an issue and when I had sight into it. I immediately, and as I've been throughout my career, as a disciplined police officer, when a superior and a commander comes and briefs me, gives me I take what he says, I listen to it. If it's lawful and I know it's lawful and I have a feeling it's lawful, I execute it. But I just wanted to point that out, the last one, Commissioner, it does hurt.
Yes.
And I'm relaying it, that I've come here to the Commission to speak the truth, to be of assistance to the Commission. I've tried that with the Zondo Commission, and therefore I submitted a Zondo affidavit. General Mkonazi may come and also say that, yes, he pointed it out then. We have a person sitting in the witness program since 2012 to date that exposed the corruption in crime intelligence. His punishment or his reward is that to date he's still in the witness protection program, and only the people around him, because he disclosed the real rot. So it's not something that is easy. But I don't want to drag my answer too long, Commissioner, but I had to get that across. I'm here, I'm under oath, and what I'm saying is the truth. I'm not manipulating some of the stuff. The English language is also a challenging thing too as well, how we interpret things and how we come across. But the way I have portrayed and what I've said in my evidence is indeed the truth. I won't cover up, and I won't As I said, General Kumalo, General Madondo, General Lekalakala are known personally to me. So this adds more to it, like an ongoing needle into you when you have to go on to it. Thank you, Chair.
In the face of the hurt that you've just expressed, let me grant you this. Cases that may have appeared to be improbable, or narratives that may have appeared to be improbable, have at times actually been proved to be true. So perhaps for now, let me just say I'm keeping an open mind, but of course I have to engage you on my thoughts. And it's at that level that I say to you, I find it hard to believe this. But as I say, let me grant you, or rather let me tell you that some improbabilities have been proven to be actually true. I will leave it at that. But that does not necessarily take away what I have put to you or what I have engaged you on.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Chair.
Ms. Silo, can I just ask a related
Yes,
question?
yes, Commissioner.
Colonel, when you get given a matter or you get appointed as an investigator in these circumstances, where the trigger was a Section 24 referral, what do you get given to get you started?
So let's call it an investigation. When it takes place, your chief criminal investigator comes, assembles the criminal investigators. We have this investigation. This is what it's about, right? There's a 2813 where your name is on, show that you are designated on it. It's there. That's your authority to carry on with the investigation. The briefing takes place, and then taskings are given from the chief criminal investigator. Brian, this is what you have to do. You, this is what you have to do. So we go out and we do our work. We search whatever come back. It's checked to say, no, you need to do this or whatever shows.
I think my question is more direct than that. It is, what document, when you start out, we earlier looked at the preamble to the statement, that cover page, which is said to be the docket, and it has an A1 statement. Is it the kind of material that you get given when you are now designated? You must start somewhere, right? And I say this also mindful of your earlier evidence where you said we went to police stations and found dockets that showed not much had been done in those dockets relating to this allegation, this referral. I asked the question with that background to understand, when you start off, what document, what information, in fact, that is recorded, do you start off with from your chief criminal investigator? What does he give you?
It's what the chief criminal investigator does. He does the briefing. From the briefing, we take the cue from there. In terms of documents, sometimes you'll get a copy of the 2813 to see your name is on there. When your tasking is going to be given to you from there, go to Mr. So-and-so, right? Set up an interview or prepare Section 28 summons for him to come to the office for an interview or whatever. Or the briefing has been done, we need to do and request cell phone records, do this, etc., etc. And then it's the starting point. Then the one that's responsible, the lead investigating officer, once all this stuff is brought together, the affidavits, they start compiling the inquiry file. At that stage, let's just say a docket is not open, the inquiry file with all the statements in them, and then that's how you start building from there. But there's no 27 given to you in your hand to say this is the Section 27.
So does he give you questions to ask? I'm trying to understand, how do you know you are going to this potential witness or this person, and this is what you're covering with them if you're conducting an interview? How do you know that? What to cover with them?
So The briefing covers the whole investigation, the operation, the whole scenario, what actually, the whole investigation is about. So from there, you take your cue from there. It's like, the investigation. So it's most probable.
You can finish, sorry, Kelner.
Yeah. So yes, that's what I said. You are briefed on the investigation, and it's explained to you quite holistically what is there and what you have to do, and your taskings from there.
The 28.2 is what?
28.1.
What is that?
That's a full-blown investigation. So after your preliminary investigation is done, and your prosecutors put together the preliminary investigation and they present it, and it's the request for it to go into a full-blown investigation, which is 28.1, meaning now this is going the whole process through the docket phase, through the court enrollment and stuff like that.
Enel, maybe I did not hear you clearly. In your earlier response to Commissioner Baloyi, you said you see your name in the 28.2. That's how you know that it is you who's going to do this investigation. So unless I heard you incorrectly, that's how I understood you to be saying that. How you know that a particular investigation is allocated to you, you see that in the 28.2, and that's what you use to move forward.
Yes, your name is there,
So
but
what
it
is
does
the
not say.
28.2? So that's the question you are being asked. What is the 28.2 and what does it tell you?
Your name appears on the document, right? But it does not tell you the lead investigator. It gives you the name of the investigators you are authorized to be involved in the operation. That's the document.
The 28.2 that is applicable to the main case we are discussing with you, is it part of our bundle? Do you have it somewhere? Can you bring it with you tomorrow?
I'm not sure whether it was disclosed.
Let's start with the first. Is it part of the docket?
No, the 28 is not in the docket.
Then
Yeah.
it has not been disclosed separately to us,
Yes.
like the Section 27 affidavit was.
Yes.
So that particular document that Commissioner Kumalo references, we haven't been provided with.
Noted, Council.
If I-
Sorry, Ms. Zillo. You refer to seeing your name on the 28.2 document, you say?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. So are you basically saying you get given the 28.2 document or the document that has your name on it?
Yes.
That's given to you? Because you would only see your name if that's been given
Yes.
to you.
It's a document that is there, that the chief has, where you see there's your name on that you are now designated on this investigation.
When you see it, where would it be?
The chief will have it with him.
Or as the
It's
chief
actually a
as the
document.
chief is talking to you?
Yes, when he's
The
talking
chief
to you.
has this document. I'm
So-
sure you already know where I'm going. So they have the 28.2, but they don't have the 27 referral. But anyway,
Yes.
we've engaged on that.
Yes.
That adds to the point I made about it being hard to believe the story of you not getting the 27 referral. But let's not go there again. I'll just refer you to 28.1 with regard to the commencement of the investigation. You will see there in 28.1A, if the investigating director has reason to suspect, so again, there's the same, there must be reason or a reasonable suspicion, which is consonant with what 27 provides. So you don't just go ahead on a fishing spree and if you strike luck, then you find what you were looking for. You want to comment? Everything is pegged on a reasonable suspicion.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just follow up on that, my question was going to be, and I think it flows well from your response to the chair. We know now that we've been dealing with the Section 27 affidavit. We know if we go to the end of it, it's dated the 21st of November 2025, correct? The transcription doesn't see the nod.
Yes, sorry.
2024, my apologies, 2024.
2024, 21st November 2024.
21st November. So that is the one date. We know on the other end, at least so far, we've made it to the 6th of January, 2025, which is when Mr. Adams provides an A1 statement. In between those two dates, can you tell us when the Section 28(1) investigation decision was taken? That's one. And secondly, whether it was in writing, and if so, are you able to provide us with a copy?
It was the 6th of December where the preliminary investigation was authorized in terms of 2813.
So 6 December, authorization for a preliminary, that in
Yes,
terms of
6
Section 28 sub 13?
Yes, 6 December 2024.
Yes.
That is the preliminary investigation was authorized.
Do you have is it correct to assume that it would be authorized in writing? Do you have a copy of that to perhaps
I don't have a
include
copy
in
of
the
it, yeah.
documents that you are sharing with the Commission tomorrow?
I will arrange it through council.
Okay, thank you. But it is in writing, so it would be on file.
Yes, the 28 documents are in writing. They are
Okay.
authorities, so they are in writing.
Thank you. So it's authorized, the preliminary investigation is authorized on the 6th of December,
On the 6th of December
2024.
2024.
When is the Section 28(1) investigation authorized?
The full-blown investigation was approved more than 5 months later in, I think it was 30th of May 2025.
So there, I'll call it the Section 28 sub 1 sub A authorization that was issued May 2025.
May 2025.
Okay. And may I request to add to the list of documents you'll be bringing tomorrow?
Noted. Noted.
Oh, thank you. I had, and this is slightly off this topic, your response to a question by the chair at some point was that with the benefit of the engagement you've had with the commissioners on the importance of the Section 27 referral affidavit, you now appreciate going forward to insist when you're appointed an investigator that you have sight of it in order to satisfy yourself that that affidavit meets the requirements of Section 27 and that, yes, indeed, the jurisdiction of IDAC has been triggered. You said going forward you'd know to do that. Did I
Yes.
understand you correctly?
That's correct.
Now, let's assume you are given and you find that the Section 27 affidavit is very scanty and bare and doesn't even get close to the minimum threshold requirement for a Section 27, which would mean IDAC jurisdiction has not been triggered. What do you do as an investigator then? Do you refuse to investigate? Do you send it back to the decision maker with representations? And of course, we are looking into the future, what the benefit of demanding that Section 27 affidavit would be. And this is not only for you, I take it, you said you were 3 levels or 4 levels down. For you and other investigators who find themselves in your similar position, what would be the benefit of that? What options would be open to you as an investigator, appreciating, as I'm sure you do, better than us, your work environment?
I think speaking for myself and being more comfortable with it, and because of my experience and the number of years that I have there, if there is something that I don't like and I'm not happy with, and if I feel that a particular Section 27 referral was improper or was unlawful or whatever, and I have commenced with an investigation at that moment in time, I will step down from the investigation because I will refuse to participate in something that started off unlawfully.
Thank you. And of course, we were just looking into the future on what you could possibly do. Chair, we've overrun, and I think we have abused your time enough. Might this be an appropriate time to stop for the day? Unfortunately, we would have to roll over to tomorrow.
Thank you. Colonel,
Chair.
I'm sure you can see that Ms. Sillo is not done. I'm not talking about us. We will have to continue tomorrow, so you must be here at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn until then.
Thank you.